Good morning, everyone. The September 16th, 2020 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communication may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002 and standard definition on Channel 2. You may also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV on the Go Vegas app. The City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers, go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and go down the back staircase. Anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between these chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter our chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you do not, seek security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda this morning, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Reverend Vincent Jordan, Victory Missionary Baptist Church, and remain standing for the pledge. And good morning, sir.
And I want to give honor to God, my Lord and Savior, and of course to the council. It's a blessing to be able to stand before you this morning. One of my gifts is to help people to understand or to change their perspective about life. And you have an awesome job before you. And if you felt overwhelmed, remember this, that God has chosen you for such a time as this, and he wants to help you lead our city. Let us pray. Lord God, we come before you. We thank you for our city council. We thank you, Lord God, for all that you've done. You've given them the wisdom to lead us, and we want to thank you. We pray, Lord God, that you will continually give them wisdom. Help our city at this particular time, Lord God, because it's a time that we've never seen before. But Lord, you said that you would guide us, that you would help us. And we thank you. Lord God, we are going through this time and we've been given instructions. So we pray, Lord God, that we will all follow the instructions, that we may all be safe, and that this council would help lead our city past this pandemic, and that we may be prosperous. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Reverend, and we know you have huge shoes to fill, but the Lord will take care of you. We miss Reverend Fowler, but we thank you so much and appreciate your words and your prayers. Okay. Mr. Dorkak is our guest here.
Still en route, Mayor. I'll let you know when he's here. I could come up there or indicate to you that he's here.
Okay.
He's en route, though, in traffic.
Okay. Oh, well, just keep right on coming and trucking to the front, please. The gentleman about whom I am speaking is our 28-year legal counsel, taking care of this city all those years. And because of the pandemic and everything that's happened, when he gave us the notification, good morning, that he was no longer going to stay in the position of chief legal counsel, our hearts were broken, but we understood, time to move on. And so today, we have selected today to really thank Brad Jerbick for everything that he's been doing in the years, helping this city stay on the legal path. He is the first stop for many of us as we come up with ideas. Can we do it? And he amassed a wonderful office of attorneys, but has led us down the straight and narrow. I don't know how many times we have been sued, but I don't even want to know. And just know that you and your staff have done a superior job. And so today we have a couple of things that I would like to give you from the council and the mayor. And the first, whoops, I can't do it all. If you'll just take this and then you can show it to him. Okay, thank you. Yes, it is heavy. If anybody ever has been in Mr. Jerbick's office, you would wonder that, in fact, he was ever there himself. There's nothing there. It's like he was ready from day one to move out and do something else. And so I don't know how he managed to do his work. I know he's extremely gifted and bright and has recalled. It's incredible. And in fact, I've known him, I think, since you were clerking for Harry Claiborne. So how many of you in the audience have been here since the 70s? Wonderful. Well, then you know of Harry Claiborne, one of the greatest criminal attorneys, and that's where you started off. And I know you helped my husband in the defense of Harry Claiborne on an impeachment. Good friends of Judge Tom O'Donnell. I mean, so many things, so many memories, but so many wonderful things. But most importantly is the guidance you've given the council over the years and former Mayor Jan Jones, my husband and me, and we're just forever devoted to you. So first of all, we have a gift from council and the mayor. Is it up there? Would you open it, please? You have to open it and read it too, please. Oh, don't read it, but you can at least hold it up.
I will hold it up. I think it's prophetic that on the day that I show up late, you give me a spot.
Well,
It's really
in
beautiful,
addition
but thank
to
you.
that, and
Thank you
keeping
very
in
much.
mind that he is one who keeps things very sparsely decorated. So from the Office of the Mayor and Council, a proclamation, whereas Brad Jerbick started his career, which I didn't know this, at the City of Las Vegas at 16 years of age, selling dog and cat licenses door to door. I never knew that. And whereas Brad was appointed city attorney for the City of Las Vegas in 1992, and whereas during the course of his 28-year career at the city, Brad worked under 3 different mayors, including Mayor Jones, Oscar Goodman, and finally Carolyn Goodman. And whereas Brad maintained the belief from day one as city attorney that his client is the citizens of Las Vegas, and his first duty is to protect taxpayer dollars and use them wisely. And whereas Brad will leave behind countless legal legacies, however, none as near and dear to his heart as the non-legal downtown projects, the Healing Garden, which he so masterfully helped create and direct, and the wonderful ongoing Project Enchilada. And therefore, I, Mayor of the City of Las Vegas, County of Clark, State of Nevada, hereby proudly proclaim September 16, 2020 as Brad Jervik Day in the City of Las Vegas, asking all residents and visitors to join me in recognizing and thanking Brad Jervik. From his renowned, brilliant mind and career to his signature blue jeans, which I'm sure you're in, his ponytail, which I see, and his puka shells, and his rapid-fire reading of ordinances, Mr. Jervik is truly one of a kind. May he be happily retired, but he will always be sorely missed and never forgotten. And we have affixed the seal of the city, and I have signed it on behalf of the council and city. And we can't thank you enough, Brad. You're here with us and everything that goes on through our legal department, but you touch every single one of us who's been here in the past or today, and we thank you very much. I just want to make sure you realize that. So if you could take this down. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Mayor.
And is there anything that you're going to...
I didn't quite know what to say today. I had prepared a long time ago kind of an exit speech. Then the world went crazy. Everything just turned upside down, and it didn't seem kind of appropriate anymore to give that kind of a speech. But I do want to say there is kind of an arc to life. When I graduated from college, I went to work for Senator Howard Cannon in Washington, D.C., whose last job before he became U.S. Senator was city attorney for the city of Las Vegas. He was elected in 1958. And then years later, Senator Cannon appointed Harry Claiborne to the federal bench, and that was my first job out of law school, was as a law clerk for him. And I've known your husband since he represented my friend Jay Sarno's father back in high school. You worked for my Aunt Jerry Gloria Brown at Caesar's Palace in 1966. There is so much overlap in our lives, it's not even funny. And so to come to this point in time in life, it's really fun to kind of look back and be thankful for, all these people that we've known all these years. Number one, I want to say you're only as good as your staff, and we have the best staff of any law office in the city of Las Vegas, probably the state of Nevada, maybe the United States. We have running the city attorney's office now, Brian Scott, who's a brilliant attorney. We have running the criminal division, Ed Pileski, who's a brilliant attorney. And if I start mentioning names, I'm going to leave people out, so I'm just going to say to everybody who has worked with me, both currently or recently, and from the day I started, I want to give you my sincere thanks. Without you, we couldn't have done it. And you're continuing to do it every day. And when it comes to downtown, to the Healing Garden, to things like that, far too much credit is given to me. I know that the day that this came in, I reached out to Tom Perigo, and Tom Perigo and I reached out to your new city manager, Jorge Cervantes, and very quickly that project came together. And I can tell you, without Scott Adams, we wouldn't have a Project Enchilada, because he has been a tremendous supporter, and we've been able to get a lot done. And I think in spite of COVID, in spite of California wildfires, in spite of political division, in spite of all the strife that we have in this country right now, I think we're going to come back stronger than ever, and I think you're going to see a wonderful, wonderful beginning in 2021. So once again, thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks to your husband. Thank Mayor Jones. Thank all the council members that I work with. I think we're up to about 40 by now. But I want to say thank you all so much. I really have enjoyed every minute of it. And my friend, Mr. Riggleman, who I actually met when I was a prosecutor at the DA's office. He was with Channel 3, and he got stuck with me on some story. I can't even remember what it was, but that's how far we all go back. But again, thank you all so much, and I want to thank the city of Las Vegas, the best city in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Be well. We know you'll keep working with us on the enchilada. We're very excited to see it progress.
I think I have the only title superior to the one that I had before as city attorney. It's graduate volunteer city of Las Vegas.
That came from the clerk's office, I bet. No? HR did it, wonderful. Well
Thank you all
done.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, it's a new day, and I know our new city attorney, who's been with us for years as well, is just doing a grand job, and we're so excited to see what's coming in the future. Protect us, protect us, protect the citizens forever. Thank you. Okay, we're on to agenda item number 5. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the records, your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We will set the time at 1 minute, and I understand we have a card on agenda item 9, which I believe will be pulled forward. So if you're addressing number 9, just wait on that, and any other public comments, let's go ahead. Yes, please.
My name is Glenn Hunsucker. The last name is Hunsucker. Talking about item number 39 regarding the non-restricted license of Circa. I recommend the Circa Casino not receive a non-restricted gaming license until the Attorney General investigates their casino games. They use roulette balls of different sizes and weights at the same table. Also, their so-called shuffling machines have over 100 different settings that arranges the cards in a certain sequence. Arranging cards changes the statistics and odds of winning or losing, but the consumer is not told about it. I consider this to be consumer fraud. You, the media, and corrupt gaming commission protect the casino industry. Even the President of the United States has been informed about this, but even he protects the casino industry and the consumer fraud they commit. So I came here because I thought at least one person should speak up for the consumer because the politicians and media won't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. Okay, thank you. I would gather, since we don't have it in the online commentary. Right, okay. We'll move on to agenda item 6. Business item for possible action. Any items from the 9 a.m. session council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 4 items. Item number 40, R41, 2020, resolution authorizing execution and delivery of transaction documents for allocation of new market tax credits from Las Vegas Community Investment Corporation. Staff has asked this item be stricken. Item number 41, R42, 2020, resolution approving the cooperative grant agreement between the City of Las Vegas and City Park. Staff has asked this item be stricken. Item 58, variance 78681, applicant Kalita Residential, owner Centennial, owner South on Sky Point Drive. The applicant has asked this item be obeyed till October 7, 2020. And item number 65, report from Scott Adams, City Manager on emerging issues. Staff has asked that be stricken, and that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 7 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the August 19th, 2020 regular city council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve those minutes. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. We are pulling in here moving forward agenda item 35, which is in reference an administration motion, discussion for possible action regarding the ratification of Jack Esslinger as the court administrator, $155,000 plus benefits from the general fund. Mr. Hacker, good morning. Your Honor, Judge Leung.
Good morning.
How are you? Good morning. And Jack, we know. Hi there.
There we are. Good morning.
Morning.
As Chief Public Safety Services Officer, it's my great pleasure to support our municipal courts. Tim Hacker for the record, excuse me.
Thank you.
And so this is one of those days of celebration, and more so, we are with our Chief of Municipal Court Judges, Leon, and we have an exciting announcement and request to confirm Jack Esslinger as the new court administrator.
Wonderful.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity. I can say without reservation that all of the judges and really all of municipal court are thrilled to recommend Mr. Esslinger as our court administrator. Mr. Esslinger enjoys a reputation within the city based on respect and competence, and we are just thrilled that he would join our municipal court family. And so I have all the support of the judges and our municipal court family in making this recommendation.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And, well, Mr. Esslinger, what do you have to say? Do we want to accept this?
Your Honor, I'd be honored to accept the position of court administrator.
And your name is?
Jack Esslinger, for the record.
Okay. And do we want to take any picture? Is everything on? All the cameras to make sure that you're the right Jack Esslinger? Okay. And Mr. Scott, are you ready to give him up?
No, not really.
Okay, how about a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to ratify Jack Esslinger as the new court administrator for the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you. There's a motion. Let's please vote, and let's post. And so it shall be. Congratulations.
Thank
to
you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Are any of the rest of our judges are working, I assume?
They are.
You are the Lone Ranger
I
here
am.
as
I am the
chief.
designated representative, yes.
As
Thank you,
chief,
Mayor.
and well done. Thank you.
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 8. Items 8 through 34 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by their departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Councilwoman Fiore, I understand you'd like to pull from the consent agenda.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull agenda item 9 from the consent agenda so we can just go over it again.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other items council wishes to bring forward? No? No? Okay, everything? Okay, so may I have a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda items 8 through 34, except for item number 9.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. So let's move on to agenda item 9. Abeyance item for possible action to approve award of bid number 200256MC Healthcare Staffing Services for the respite care facility located in the Corridor of Hope, also known as Courtyard, 1581 North Main Street, to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Department of Community Services. Award recommended to Varsobia Home Care Services, LLC, not to exceed $1,422,720 annually. HUD, ESG Emergency Funding, Special Revenue Fund, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. So, and we do have at the appropriate time to get comments from the public, which I deferred. One here is from Terry Ann Rusohoff, and one from Gay Kelly, who has given that minute to Terry Ann. So at the time and the conclusion of your comments, Anything, Councilman Creer, you want to start off with, or go right to?
No, Madam Mayor, Councilman Fiore pulled it, so I'm sure she has some
Okay.
comments.
Do you want to hear from them first? You want to go first? Okay, please, Councilwoman, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And again, thank you for looking into this. I'm sure you're aware that one of the licenses that they need can take up to 9 months. Now, the state has said that they're going to try to help expedite that, first and foremost. Then also looking at them accepting this bid, would have it gone through? Right now, the awardee of this bid has ads, is asking on Facebook for nurses. So it kind of makes me nervous that they're not staffed and ready to go. And as well as, even though the contract we're granting to the lowest bidder at $1.4 million, Mr. Adams, when we grant a contract to someone and they cannot fulfill the contract at that cost, how do you then do purchase orders, or how do we ensure that the $1.4 million doesn't go into $3 or $4 million because this is their first time in Nevada, this is, so when we look at all of these issues, I'm very nervous that, sometimes the lowest bidder is not the best person for the job. How do we ensure that the 1.4 million stays at 1.4 million, and if they run out of money, who picks up that slack? Mr. Adams?
So I think I would probably need some help with purchasing and community services on this question, but I would go back to the contract and our oversight and management of a contract. Certainly, we generally put provisions in our contracts that provide protections that address a number of the issues that you've identified to be sure that as we move through time with a contractor, or we have a level of control on outcome that prevents that from happening. I don't know if purchasing wants to comment on that as well.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council, Councilwoman Fiore. Manager Adams is correct. We would be watching.
And your name first, please.
I'm sorry. My name is Abby Jacobin, Deputy Finance Director for the city. Thank you. We would be watching for the number of hours and the number of dollars that we were spending on the contract, and if we had any issues, we certainly would brief City Manager's office, brief you, and either ask to have an amendment to the contract or make some type of change to it. But we absolutely do monitor these things throughout the contract in each year.
So my concern is, right now, it's at City Council, because the council has to approve the contract of $1.4 million. And my biggest concern is, at this contract rate, because it is the lowest bidder, I fear that sometimes that staff might go ahead and take matters in their own hands, as we've seen prior, and do purchase orders, and now all of a sudden that $1.4 million contract, we're spending $2-3 million, and it hasn't come to council.
Mayor?
Yep, please.
Councilwoman Fiore, Abby Jacobin, for the record, again, Deputy Finance Director for the city. In this case, it was an hourly rate, that there were different hourly rates that were bid, so when we set up that purchase order, we would set it up by number of hours times the hourly rate, so we would actively be able to monitor that.
Okay, so on this particular contract, I would like to get on the record that I'm going to request to be notified if we have any issues, if they cannot complete this contract and get it done on time in this manner. Now, I also know that they're not licensed as of yet, and I know that you're going to continue working with whom you have until they do. That could take up to 9 months, understand that, because working with the state, I worked with the state, I represented this state, and even though as exponentially as they want to do this, they're short-staffed too. So, and we're in the middle of COVID, and I just want to make sure that our folks in your corridor of hope get taken care of well, and there's no blips in service.
Mayor, Councilwoman, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And if I may, Mayor, Kathy Thomas, Director for the Office of Community Services, to Councilwoman Fiore, through you, Mayor. Two things. The project is a pilot, and so that means me personally, and my staff are watching very closely, because this is the first year that this has been done in the Southern Nevada. And so as a pilot project using federal plus-up dollars because of COVID, we want to be sure that it runs smoothly at every level, including nursing care. In terms of interruption of services, I think we noted at the previous council that we might have to extend the present provider to ensure that we do not have interruption of services, because our census is going up, right? So the shelters and the hospitals do refer into the respite, and we don't want to have interruption of services, to your point about ensuring that all the guests get the level of care that they need. So we've had a conversation with Nurse Corps that they agree to work with us so that we don't have an interruption of services should that become an issue, and then we would need to come back to council to then ratify that extension. So we won't spend money that we don't come back to you all and give you the amount and the time frame within which that extension might have to occur if the nursing pool license for the recipient or the successful bidder is protracted. If that process is protracted, we'll have to come back to you all and notify you of what that time period is and what that estimated cost would be.
Thank you, Mrs. Kathy. I just want to, again, reiterate that the council is here to watch the taxpayer dollars. And I also want to figure out with contracts purchasing how we put Nevada companies first, because this particular company that has won this bid, one of the requirements was that they had a track record of handling this in 3 different separations, and they did in California, not in Nevada. So this is a California company coming here and beating our Nevada companies, and I'm not fond of that at all. So I just want to make sure from here on forward, when we look at contracts, we're looking at our Nevadans first. Thank you.
Okay, if it's all right, if you'll just step, and you could even have a seat there. I'm going to ask Terry Ambrusoff to please come forward. You had submitted your card, and you have the extra time from your Gay Kelly. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Goodman, for having us again.
Thank you.
My name is Terry Brusahoff, and I'm from Nurse Corps Home Care and Staffing Company. We just want to thank you, first of all, for allowing us to air our concerns at the last council meeting, which was September 2nd, regarding the healthcare staffing bid 200256-MC. We do appreciate you giving us that time and letting us help educate you about the system in the nursing world.
And if you would, for one moment, that was sort of introductory. I want to give you your full 2
Oh,
minutes.
so sorry. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We want to assure you that there will be no interruption in service with the medical respite facility. We are currently there working around the clock with our nurses and CNAs, and we will continue to provide that service until you no longer need us.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And that's all I have to say. Thank you again.
Thank you. We appreciate everything you've
Thank
been
you.
doing, and it's process of life and as we go forward. But we appreciate your being there, standing beside us with this. And I know Ms. Thomas is also appreciative.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we will now move on. Thank you very much. Did you want to conclude with some remarks? Oh, we have to vote, sorry.
Yes, I just wanted to.
Now you were going to remind us.
There were other questions we would respond, Mayor, but I think we're ready for your decision.
Okay. Any comments from
I'd like to make
council?
a comment.
Yes, please, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, first, I want to concur with Councilman Fiore. I do believe that we do need to look at Nevada companies first. I've been a person that's been fighting for that really since I've gotten in public office for the past 15 years. You know, when I was on the Board of Regents, I helped create with our then General Counsel Bart Patterson, who's the president of Nevada State College, our supply chain inclusion policy, which the Nevada System of Higher Education didn't have anything in place. And they talked about hiring Nevada companies, MBE companies, DBE companies, minority-owned companies. And during the first recession, we had to look within the state even more, I believe, because of the fact that people within the state were hiring those who live in the state and who contribute to the success of our state. And I think it's vitally important. And I don't think that public government overall does a good job of this. And I know from personal experience that I don't think they do a good job of it. And so I do concur with Councilman Fiore that we do need to look within. In this particular case, I support the Office of Community Services. I support Kathy Thomas Gibson, who is extraordinary in the work that she and her team does, and I have every confidence that they're going to choose the right operator to run this facility. And so that's why I would be in support of it. But don't mistake it. We do need to hire Nevada companies and Las Vegas companies to participate in this.
And I'd ask you to make the motion.
Thank you.
Then.
I'd like to make a motion for approval for item number 9.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And thank you all. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item, now let me see, 35 bins pulled, so we're on 36. Report by Scott let me back up. Yep, report by Scott Adams, City Manager, discussion for possible action regarding a new one-year collective bargaining agreement between Las Vegas Police Protective Association, LVPPA, and the City of Las Vegas, $286,927 general fund, reference to all awards. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of City Council, Scott Adams, City Manager. As required by law, I'm reporting on a new one-year agreement with the LVPPA, which is our Marshals unit, for fiscal year 2020. I want to emphasize this is last fiscal year, 2020. The estimated fiscal impact of the one-year agreement is $286,927. And at this time, our collective bargaining team will present the highlights of this agreement for your consideration, and I think Vince is going to be leading that off.
Yes, thank you, Scott. Good morning, Mayor, Council members. For the record, Acting Director Vince Zamora, Human Resources. I'd like to be able to provide you a brief overview of the activities that led us to where we are right now. As Scott mentioned, the LVPPA does represent approximately 114 of the marshals that we have at the city. The contract that we are negotiating expired in June 30th, 2019. We started those negotiations with the PPA in December of 2018, and they continued through April of 2019. During this time, we worked with the PPA on clarifying several articles that had language concerns for both parties, and we agreed to those language concerns. While we agreed with those particular changes, there were articles that we could not agree to, so we sought the assistance of a mediator. That process took place on August 13th, 2019. The mediation process did not bring us any closer to resolution, so we sought the assistance of a fact finder. The two-day fact-finding process was held in October of 2019, and the fact-finder's recommendation was received by both parties in August of 2020. There were a number of conversations that took place between the PPA and the city, as well as the time lapses that occurred due to COVID. We then received the fact-finder's decision in August of this year. The fact-finder recommended the city's proposal, and the city's proposal was a one-year agreement with zero COLA and a one-time lump sum of 3.56% to the members of the PPA. And with that said, we'd like to thank the members of the PPA and their negotiating team. There's Steve Grammas, the president of the PPA, Kelly Sweeney, who was their lead negotiator, as well as the members of the Marshall team that participated in the negotiations. I also want to thank the HR team, which included Rick Hunt, a benefits administrator over employee labor relations, as well as Sue Brown, and most in particular, Morgan Davis from the City Attorney's Office, who compiled a number of complicated financial documents, as well as all of the other types of agreements that were agreed to through various other public agencies. And as he put together his briefs for the fact finder, I think that was instrumental in the fact finder's recommendation in favor of the city. So with that, we are looking for you to approve this one-year agreement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zamora. Morgan, anything to add there?
Good morning, Your Honor. Morgan Davis, Assistant City Attorney. I really don't have anything to add on this item. We're asking that you follow staff's recommendation to approve the collective bargaining agreement.
And could I just ask one question? In the interim, since this started, the discussion, sir, commentary started in 2018.
Yes.
Have we been paying at this level throughout, holding off? Do we pay in a lump sum at this point? How is this handled as far as the remuneration?
As is often the case, contracts run in arrears, so they would continue to get certain step increases or anything else that weren't time certain. The COLA is retroactive, but in this case, it's a one-time lump sum, so it's going to be paid within a certain number of days after you approve the contract, if you approve it, but it'll cover that one-year period, and that's it. They continue to work under the terms of the old contract until the new one was in place. The only term that really is going to be adjusted here is that compensation term. It's going to be a one-time lump sum payment, which will cover the entire year, and we'll start negotiating again soon for the contract year that's already started July 1st.
This year?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions, comment from council? Questions, comment? No? Okay, could I have a motion, please?
Move for approval, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 36. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to agenda item 37. Report by Scott Adams, City Manager, regarding report and recommendations of the fact finder for the Las Vegas Peace Officers Association, LVPOA, and the City of Las Vegas, all wards. And Councilwoman Seaman, did you wish to be included in that prior vote? If you could add that to Councilwoman Seaman, and please. And back to you, Mr. Adams. Thank you.
Okay, Scott Adams, City Manager. This item is related to the LVPOA labor agreement and negotiations. Now, the LVPOA is our corrections officers bargaining unit. After numerous negotiation sessions, a third-party fact finder was brought in to hear the outstanding issues. NRS requires that we hold a public hearing to discuss the fact finder's report and to report on the fiscal impact of the recommendations. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Morgan Davis, our Assistant City Attorney, to go over the highlights of that fact finder's report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning. Again, Morgan Davis, Assistant City Attorney. As Mr. Adams indicated, it's a little different than the earlier item. We do have a fact finder's report. We're obligated to report out on that, give you some details and discussion on it if you want. So again, the city and the Las Vegas Peace Officer Association, who are the corrections officers bargaining unit, engaged in a lengthy series of bargaining aimed at reaching an agreement for the same one-year period that just ended. And we were not successful. We went through the impasse proceedings, first with mediation, had a couple of mediation sessions. That wasn't successful. We then went to the next step of the impasse process, which is fact finder. The fact-finding process is not binding. It results in a report and recommendation. We received the report and recommendation on or about August 10th. The parties didn't mutually agree to accept those recommendations, so we will be heading to arbitration. The issues that were submitted to the fact finder are as follows. Article 8, which is association business, it's association leave. As you may recall, In 2015, the Nevada legislature adopted a law, SB 241, that changed the landscape and said you had to either pay or reimburse for union leave. In 2019, that law was repealed, so we had a vacuum of what are we going to do going forward. The city and the association were bargaining over that. The association was requesting certain items. The city proposed we just go back to the agreement that was in place before the law changed. It specified a certain number of hours. I think it was 1,800, had some other provisions. The association was requesting that we increase the hours of union leave from 1,800 to 2,080, and also eliminate some pre-existing language that the city could not unreasonably deny the requests. Fact Finder recommended the city's proposal. The next issue that was submitted was Article 10, Uniform and Equipment Allowance. In short fashion, we pay a certain amount of money to each employee for purchase maintenance of equipment and uniforms. The agreement provided for $1,500 per year and set forth the items that we provide and which items they need to pay for. The association was proposing an increase from $1,500 to $2,000 per year. The city proposed status quo, that we didn't want to have any increase. The primary reason offered by the association for the increase was safety vests. We have a community of vests. When they're needed, they use them. They wanted to be able to purchase their own, and they had some issues with cleaning. The fact finder did not recommend increasing the allowance. In essence, he stayed with the city's proposal on the cost. He did recommend that the parties get together and have a committee to study the issue going forward, but he did not recommend the proposed increase with the city's cost item. The next item that was submitted was Article 13, annual leave. The association here was requesting an increase in the accrual rates, as well as an increase in the cap, doubling the cap, the maximum that a certain group of employees could accrue and have on the books. That group of employees was based on the time they were hired. So we have kind of a two-tier system. City, again, was recommending that we stay the way things are, status quo. We didn't want to increase or have any exponential cost increases. And the fact finder recommended the city's proposal. Article 9, which was the major stumbling block, as often it is, involved compensation. You all understand we have a long-standing history of a step grade system. Each job or classification is assigned a grade. The grade is basically the salary range, and you marshal through that a number of steps. The number of steps and how much you get every time you advance on a step is a product of negotiation. We have a long-standing history with this bargaining unit of having two separate tiers based on your hire date. The association was proposing that we eliminate that two-tier system, eliminate the lower tiered employees and abolish that. The association was also requesting that they add a step to the existing salary schedule for those employees that were topped out at 5.5% increase for those. They're requesting that the people that were on Tier 2 jump up to Tier 1, which would likewise increase their step increases from 4% to 5% a year, and that each of those employees get a minimum of at least an additional 4% cost of living increase. The city, consistent with what we've done with other bargaining units during this time, proposed one-time lump sum payment for all employees, no COLAs. The fact finder did not abolish the two-tier system or didn't recommend that. He did not recommend adding the additional step for Tier 1. He did accept the city's proposal as a one-time lump sum for all employees, but the caveat, he additionally recommended that the Tier 2 employees, while they stay on that lower tier, also get not only the 3.5% lump sum, but a 2.25% cost of living adjustment because they're lower. And that's one thing, given the financial climate, that the city couldn't agree to implement. The next issue submitted was Article 11, hours of work. This item really governs overtime. The city had proposed that we adopt the thinking of the federal law on overtime. There's a certain threshold. You have to work a number of hours before you're paid overtime, and hours worked is what counts. Our history has been, unfortunately, that all paid hours count. So if you're on vacation for 40 hours and then you come in and work 1 hour, you're on the book for 41 hours. City had proposed that we only count hours worked towards the threshold of overtime. As we proceeded on in the fact-finding, and the real issue was that 2 tiers that we talked about, it became pretty clear that the fact finder was not likely to do that. He signaled us that he wasn't going to do that. So the city withdrew its proposal on the overtime, conditioned upon him not eliminating the 2-tier system, which it looked like he was going to do. And he accepted that and went with status quo. So there was no item under that. You take all those items together, the financial impact of the compensation item, the one-time lump sum proposal, had a fiscal impact of $443,059 for Tier 1 employees. It also has an estimated fiscal impact of $202,426 for those people on Tier 2, for a total of $645,485. The additional item for the COLA, the cost of living recurring expense for Tier 2, is an additional $178,300, which would just be an increase to base pay and PERS. So the total fiscal impact on that recommendation on compensation, $823,785. As I indicated, we weren't able to reach agreement to support that to you or ask for that to be adopted, so we will be going to arbitration. Unless there's any questions on any of those issues, I'm going to turn the matter back over to Mr. Adams, who's required by law to make a couple comments on the analysis. But before doing so, I just want to comment. I note that I've been doing this a long time, but today will be the last contract reporting that I enjoyed with Mr. Adams, who will be leaving you. And I just wanted to personally say he's been a great leader during the negotiations. During difficult times, he's led consistently and given us clear messages. I really appreciated the way he's led us during these difficult times. And Scott, I'll miss you. Jorge, pay attention, because next year you'll be up doing this. Turn the matter over to you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Morgan. Let me just kind of recap. Morgan's given you the analysis of the recommendation of the fact finder's report. And I think the thing that really stands out, it's so inconsistent with what we've been doing with our prior bargaining units and what we're seeing outside the city is a COLA. We're not seeing COLAs anywhere in the city or outside the city here in Southern Nevada. And given our current budget situation, we just don't think that's warranted right now. Let me just remind you and the public, because this is a public hearing, that while we did balance our budget, we balanced the budget with $105 million of federal money and about $80 million in additional cuts. And we hope to carry enough reserves through the current fiscal year to get us through next fiscal year 22, because we project that the economic impact of the pandemic isn't going to be just in FY21, it'll carry through FY22, and who knows beyond that. So with that, with those comments and acknowledgments, we could not accept the fact finder's report and believe we need to go to arbitration. And so I wanted to make those statements for the record. We have really negotiated in good faith. We've done the best we can to reach a conclusion that is consistent with what's happening in the time, and we're not there yet. So we believe that we hopefully can get there by going into arbitration.
Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Davis. How many years have it been, Morgan?
A little over 20. Thank you, Your Honor. Morgan Davis, Assistant City Attorney. A little over 25 here with the city. Had a short stint of about 5 years on the outside representing one of your bargaining units before that. So it's 25 years here, 30 years working with or against you on these kind of issues.
And can you explain, now that it's gone to an arbiter, how long, what do you, from your past history, how long do you estimate before we'll have some resolve to this?
We selected an arbitrator last week, council and I met and selected an arbitrator. We have solicited dates from him. It could be anywhere between late October to January till a hearing is set. Hopefully within a month or so after that, we would have a report, but it could be, February or March. Hopefully, we'll have a decision soon.
Thank you very much. I don't know if this is a report, so there's no vote on it. Any questions, comments? I think we're good. We thank you for leading us forward on this, you and your team, unless you're the team. And of course, Mr. Adams, thank you very much. So we will now move on to agenda item 38, discussion for possible action regarding a tavern license for a change of ownership from the Las Vegas Club Hotel and Casino LLC to Circa Resorts LLC, DBA Circa, at 8 Fremont Street. This is in Ward 5. And so while we're about to do this, I've been informed that while tomorrow is Councilwoman Olivia Diaz's birthday, and happy birthday, we're joined, and you are joined, by Derek Stevens, same sign. So we wish him happy birthday as well, and turn this over to you, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, just to confirm, did you open both 38 and 39?
No, I didn't.
If you
Why
would,
are you
please.
so on this all the time? Here comes 39. Discussion for possible action regarding a non-restricted gaming license for Circa Resorts LLC, DBA Circa at 8 Fremont Street, Ward 5, Councilman Creer.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. For the record, Robert Summerfield, Director of Planning. Just real quick before we turn this over to the licensee, on these items, the principals have been waived as they previously met suitability as they own and operate existing taverns and non-restricted gaming within the city of Las Vegas. The anticipated opening, based on all current information, is in late October. This will end up being a 21 and over resort hotel casino, ultimately with 512 rooms that they will be opening. The establishment will have several restaurants that will be run by other vendors in addition to the bars and taverns that will be as a part of the casino operation. Additionally, they have a rooftop pool that will be opening, and in initial operation, they will open with 49 gaming devices to get the operation underway. With that, staff is recommending approval of these licenses, and I will turn it over to Mr. Kessler. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. And I just want to know, no children in the swimming pools, no children at the restaurants?
I'll let Derek talk to the specifics, because one of the questions you brought up, I'll let him answer specifically.
Thank you. Anyway, please.
But Todd Kessler, 261 Las Vegas Boulevard North. Mayor Goodman, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, it is an honor to be here today. I have had the distinct privilege to be coming before council for 3 decades. And during that time, I've been part of and I have seen some incredible projects. This is going to be the most impactful, the largest and most impactful project in the history of downtown Las Vegas. And I can say that based on my history here for the past 30 years. There's so much to be said about this project. It's going to shine during this time, too, during this time of crisis here. This project will shine like a beacon throughout the valley, I promise you that, from its lighting, from its impact on jobs, from its impact on the economy. And the best way to talk about it, I think, is to show you a video. I'm going to let Mr. Stevens speak after the video, and then I'll come back for some final comments. But with that, I would ask that the video be started. And this is an exclusive look. So I just press play? See, I'm not that gifted. Here we go.
Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby. arms and you know that you wanna stay. Close the blinds, let's pretend that the time has changed. Keep our clothes on the floor, open up champagne. Let's continue tonight, come on, celebrate. That's how we do. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house. Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my duck off the crib, the spot, the pad. But my house is your house if you throwing it back. Excuse me if my home draining is sad. Soon as these happy faces land, you can run with the cash. Home run, slam dunk, touchdown pass. Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go out. Cheers to this. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house.
Magnificent. Should be an architectural digest. Please give them a call. I mean, it's magnificent.
I'll pass it over, but if that
Congratulations.
video doesn't get you going, I don't know what will. And with that, I'll pass the microphone over to Mr. Stevens, who has a few comments.
Congratulations to you.
Councilman Creer. Thank you. Councilman Creer, Councilwoman Seaman, Councilwoman Diaz, Councilman Knutson, Councilwoman Fiore, Mayor Pro Tem Anthony, Honorable Mayor Goodman. Thank you for allowing me to show this video, and good morning to you. For the record, my name is Derek Stevens, and I am very excited about being here today. For a little background, I came to Las Vegas in 2006, and my brother and I had the ability to purchase 50% of the Golden Gate Hotel and Casino. The oldest building in Las Vegas, 1 Fremont Street, the place that had the first telephone with the number 1. And I'd been involved in a manufacturing business in the Midwest for 15 years. And when I came here and bought into the Golden Gate, it gave me an opportunity to really go back to school. I had the ability to learn a number of new businesses, the beverage business, the hotel business, the slot business, the table games business. And from that, we made the determination that not only do we love the gaming industry, not only do we love all of Las Vegas, but we really loved what was happening downtown. A couple years into it, the big recession in 2008 happened, and we started getting creative. And I stood before the prior Mayor Goodman and council at that time and asked if we would be able to open something new, something that people hadn't seen before. And for the record, I'd like to say thanks to our prior mayor and prior council when we presented an idea which at the time was very controversial. We asked to build a bar on the outside of the Golden Gate. And remember, at that point, in around 2009, there really weren't the regulations, so we helped develop this. But if you recollect what it was like, for me, kind of as a new guy, everyone always asked, what kind of crazy idea is this? Who would ever build a bar on the outside of a casino when you can get a free drink on the inside? So we convinced everyone. We thought it was a good idea, and well, I think what we've seen, what's happened with Fremont Street in the past 10 years, I think it's been great. It's been great for all Las Vegas. It's been great for the city, and I really wanted to bring that point up because if it weren't for the council's help and the mayor's help and the city manager's help at the time, we could have never taken that step. And that kind of brings me to today. Today, this project, now it's coming right before us, but I could go back. It was August of 2015 when we purchased the Las Vegas Club. So this has been a 5-year project that's now just about 5 or 6 weeks away. And I'm excited about getting to this point. I do appreciate all the help that we've received from all the different areas within the city to get us to this point. And in a year that I think no one will ever forget, no matter your age, in a year no one will ever forget, I feel particularly more invigorated. Now, I knew I'd be excited about this. I'd be excited about this project, but in a year like this, when we can open a project in the fourth quarter of 2020, we're going to employ 1,500 people that need to get to work in our community. We're going to excite the country for another new opening in Las Vegas, and it's going to be right here. And I remember these openings. Back before I lived here, I remember coming in when MGM opened. I remember what it was like when Treasure Island opened, when Bellagio opened, when Cosmo and Hard Rock and Palms. And I think there's tremendous pent-up demand around the country. Our country loves Las Vegas, and I'm excited we're able to put this out for everyone to come and enjoy. For myself, I guess I've been taking notes as a tourist, as someone who had come here on leisure, someone who came here for work, and now for the last 15 years, someone that works here and loves this community. I think we've built something that's going to be very attractive for tourism, for business, and be good for Las Vegas. So with that, I'm very excited to be standing in front of you. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we're ready to have some fun.
It sure is a real boost to us all. I mean, just exciting for everybody who's been cooped up for so long and so devastated by this pandemic to see something so positive, so futuristic, so exciting. And I know the world is watching and wishing you and your team everything wonderful. It's just incredible for our community. So comments, questions? And luckily
Yes.
it's on your side of Fremont
It
Street.
is.
I'm sorry.
It is the first ground-up hotel built in Fremont Street experience on Fremont in 40 years, and it happens to be in Ward 5. So we are extremely excited about it. We have walked through it, not recently when it was under construction, and we walked away from that saying to ourselves, this is absolutely positive, amazing. I have personally, I was in the casino business, as I might have told you, for 10 years. I was the director of marketing with Station Casinos. I've been a part of the opening team of 4 ground-up casinos, 2 in Missouri and here in Las Vegas. Dealt cards on Graveyard. As I told you, you guys know Dave Tuttle was my shift manager. He was your general manager, I think, or if he's still with you.
He's our chief operating officer.
He's your COO, right? Dave was my shift manager.
He's given us some good stories.
Yeah, back on Graveyard, and when I worked at Palace Station at 3 a.m., pitching cards and working in slots and different departments, and it's just great to see you got a good team. I know some people who are working with you. Great to see Chef Barry and my friend Yassine with the restaurant they're doing. They're going to do amazing things. It's just great to be a part of it. We are very blessed to have you and to choose Las Vegas and to choose downtown to do this. You could have gone anywhere to build your project, but you chose downtown Las Vegas, and we appreciate it. It's going to enhance the entire, not only downtown corridor, but the entire corridor for Las Vegas. It's going to drive tourism down here. And we know from your past history of the type of properties that you operate, that you've run, what you've done with the Golden Gate. I think it's been great from taking a small property and making it, really a beautiful property when you walk in, and what you've done with the D. We know you're going to operate and build a very sound product, and that's great. So thank you for that. And maybe my colleagues might have other comments. If not, then we can make a motion.
Yes, we have a comment from Councilman Knutson. Everybody's ready to come. So, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Stevens, thank you. I haven't spent much time with you, but you've surrounded yourself with pretty amazing people, so I'm really grateful to know many of your colleagues. And I just want to say, in the most difficult of years, I'm really grateful for your investment in Las Vegas, and I plan on coming frequently to your properties. I have spent many nights at your properties, so I'm grateful for that. And thank you for the investment in Las Vegas and for those 1,500 employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first and foremost, happy birthday to you tomorrow.
And happy birthday to you tomorrow.
So that's awesome. I didn't know we shared a birthday, but I did want to applaud you for raising the standard of the future of business and economic development here in our city. I think your project will be a very shiny star and unmatched and unparalleled, and I hope that that will spur other excitement and other creativity, ingenuity, and bring further investment into our city, which is much needed. The jobs that opening Circa will bring, and hopefully you have a huge pool of locals to select from and get people back so that they can continue to provide for their families. So I'm very grateful for your leadership in this area right now, because we are definitely needing all the help and support we can take.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Fiore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe Mr. Dondero has booked my staycation at Circa, and I'm very, very excited and thrilled, and just to see everything that you've done over the years that you've worked with the city. It is amazing. The pool is, I think, one of its kind in the world, and so I just have to congratulate you and tell you what a great job, and thank you for all that you do for our city.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman.
And could I ask you, as a matter of fact, since Mr. Kessler deferred to you, adult-only hotel, first of its kind, I think, are children admitted to restaurants and pools? Where and how are you going to handle that if, in fact, the answer is yes?
Yes, we will be 21 and over. Circa will have 3 entrances, 3 on the first floor, 1 on the corner of Fremont and Main, 1 on the corner of Fremont and First, and 1 off of Ogden in the Port Cochere. So we'll have 3 entrances on the first floor, and then we're going to have 1 entrance, which I assume will be the most utilized entrance. That'll be the entrance that comes across the bridge, across Main from Garage Mahal. So at all 4 of those entrances, we will be asking for ID, and as part of that, we will be able to maintain 21 and over based upon the 4 entrances of the property. We feel that this is going to provide a very unique competitive advantage to Circa, and we think there's a little bit of a touch to the past. I don't think in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s, Las Vegas was a little bit less of a family friendly location. Correct. And it's not as if I'm against children. I'm very proud of my three children. I personally had my children wait till they were 21 before they could really come and hang out and experience. And believe me, my daughter, when she was 16, she wanted to come, but I kind of held her off. And a little bit of it has to do with the fact that I think there's some people that don't like seeing someone else's children, an 8-month-old at midnight in a stroller. And I think that what we're trying to do is trying to create a little bit of something special to Las Vegas, and the fact that we don't have as many rooms as other hotels, we're willing to give up some of that hotel revenue because we think we can create some extraordinary customer experiences by taking this policy. We will have 1 location that does allow children, and that'll be our steakhouse, Barry's Downtown Brime. So Barry and Yassine, we've talked through that. And if someone comes with their children or their grandchildren and they want to go to what's going to be an absolutely great steakhouse, with the reservation, we will escort them to that particular restaurant. But other than that, all of our signature features, the Legacy Club, the Stadium Swim, our 3-story sports book, and then obviously all the bars and casinos, they're really for 21 and over, and that's the reason why we went down that path.
And can you explain how you will, I mean, I know you're marketing it because I watch everything and I'm thrilled to death. As they call up from around the country and around the world, Is that part of what is on every online statement, that this is adult only with proof? Or, I mean, what do you do if I'm coming in from Paris with my family?
That's a market that we're willing to give up, because we think we're going to create a special customer experience. We think there's elements where we're going to be able to potentially serve a drink to a customer a little bit quicker without having the bartender have to take ID and sanitizing hands. There's elements where we think we're going to create this wonderful customer experience. And if someone calls and they say, well, I'm coming from Paris and I'm coming with my 12-year-old and my 15-year-old, we will be very upfront to offer them an opportunity to stay at one of our other properties or stay elsewhere. That's what we're willing to give up to create what we think is going to be a spectacular customer experience.
Sounds, and everybody gets used to everything eventually, so it's very, very exciting. And Mr. Kessler, how's the experience been for you?
Oh, it's been incredible. I mean, I've had the opportunity to work with a friend on a vision project for 5 years that I get the goosebumps, and I'm getting them now. I mean, I cannot wait. And just for official record, we open October 28th, which is 42 days from today, right after midnight, early morning that day. So I can't wait.
It's beautiful. It just looks really exciting. Mr. Summerfield, anything more to add, please?
No, ma'am. As I said, everything is in order for both of these items. They continue to work through the final details to be able to get themselves operational by the 28th, as Mr. Kessler said. So everything looks to be in order to move forward.
Beautiful. Best of everything. So, Councilwoman,
Yes.
please.
So I just want to share the sentiments of my colleagues and tell you thank you for investing in another beautiful hotel here. And your restaurant, Audiamo, is one of my favorites, so I'm looking forward to coming to the hotel once it's built to dine in. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Crear,
Thank
the
you.
lucky man.
I'm just glad I'm 21. I'll make a motion to approve item 38.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 38. Please vote.
I'm actually 22.
And post. Wonderful. And 39, please.
And item 39, I move for approval.
It's an exciting time for the city. And agenda item 39, please vote.
Congratulations.
Motion to approve, and please post. Way to go.
Thank you very much.
Such an
Thank you very much.
exciting day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we will, 40 and 41 have been stricken, so we will move on to agenda item 42. And that is R43-2020, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution directing the State Department of Business and Industry to transfer $20 million in 2020 state private activity bond volume cap to Veterans Village for acquisition rehabilitation of 2 hotels to be used for affordable permanent veteran housing, which will consist of 44 units located 2512 East Fremont, 56 units located at 2018 East Fremont. That's Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. And again, this is State Department Business and Industry. So at this time, hello again. Shall I read 43 as well, or not?
No, ma'am.
Nope, they're different. Okay.
Kathy Thomas, Director of the Office of Community Services, here to do a quick overview of the private activity bond program itself, and then discuss the proposed project that we are sending up to the state. And I believe Dr. Arnold Stock is in council chambers if you have more specific questions.
He was here. I saw him.
He was
his
here.
Son. He's probably taking his son back to school.
Indeed. So we'll hit the highlights, and then I will entertain questions if you have any. So the private activity bond is essentially a IRS program created under the 1986 Tax Reform Bill, and it comes to the state of Nevada as a formula. The state takes a portion of that allocation, and then it distributes the remaining balance to localities on a formula. Our allocation for 2020 is $33,939,689.50. And this is a financing tool essentially to support real estate deals, and in our case, the development of affordable housing. The private activity bond is a tool that offers advantages and incentives to get financing for affordable housing. It's lower than the cost of conventional financing, and it can save up to 1.75 basis points on a conventional or compared to a conventional loan. It also provides a 4% tax credit, which is non-competitive. Typical tax credits for affordable housing are very competitive at the state level, and so there are these 9% tax credits that are very popular but competitive. In this case, it's a 4% tax credit that is not competitive, which means we can take each project as it comes forward and provide this. And it lowers the cost of doing affordable housing development and helps a project pencil that might not otherwise be feasible. We are looking at serving, in this particular case, households that are between 50% and 60% of the area median income. And so that could be a household earning $42,000 or less per year who are struggling to afford rents as those rent costs increase. There's a little bit of a twist this year as a result of recent legislative action that instituted a private activity bond council. And so the State Housing Division has asked us, when we do a resolution, to identify the project by address. It has to be a specific project. In the past, we had the ability to designate our allocation for general activities such as affordable housing or down payment assistance. As a result of the 2019 legislative session, we've been told that we cannot allocate the whole dollar amount to general activities, but a specific amount to a specific activity. This added some additional steps, but we are meeting the deadline by coming to you in September in order to reserve a portion of our allocation. Private activity bond, because it's essentially a real estate transaction, the applicant must do a series of things, including a market analysis. They do have to comply with all zoning rules. If they need special use permits or variances, they must apply for those. And they have to identify their specific structure. They can be a nonprofit or a for-profit entity, but they have to make explicit what that structure is and what the interest of the principals involved in that structure is in the deal. They have to provide us a map. They have to do photographs of the site and the surrounding location. And we do not want projects to bring down a neighborhood, but uplift the neighborhood. And so they also provide architectural renderings, site control, and a number of other items to ensure that the deal actually meets the requirements, both of the private activity bond and the expectation of council. Staff reviews that, brings the project to you, which you then approve the bond cap allocation. The clerk forwards a resolution, and that's your action today, is to approve the resolution so that we can forward that up to the Nevada Housing Division. Once that happens, the full application is completed, and then we start our regular review process with the applicant, which is every couple of months, every 6 weeks, we sit down to be sure they're making progress on all of the things that have been required, including if you are asking for community impact or community benefit requirements, we would monitor that during the application process. Developer completes that, and then the State Housing Division structures the deals. It's actually the state that sells those bonds, not the city. And those proceeds then go into the deal, and the state manages the regulatory compliance with the IRS. In this particular deal, we are asking for support for 2 sites. Don't know if you can see where the 2 arrows are indicated there on this map. As part of the work that's happening in the east side of town, this conversation started and is actually an extension of some conversations with Project Enchilada, so that the whole continuum of Fremont is seeing revitalization, and in this case, providing for some high-level housing or high-quality housing for people experiencing homelessness. So the 2 locations are at 2028 East Fremont and 2512. These are existing hotel motels that will be acquired and rehabilitated in order to provide the affordable housing. And we will, of course, monitor the projects through the affordability period and provide those updates to the Councilwoman Diaz's office and to the rest of the council if requested. The 2028 site has a total of 56 units, and the 2512 has 44 units. It's a total of 100 units. And this is a little bit about Share in Veterans Village. I don't know if Dr. Stock came back into chambers. Okay. A little bit about the existing programming. And we do have an existing relationship at their Veterans Village 2 site, where we put $2 million of redevelopment set aside into that particular deal in order to secure that property. This resolution does not obligate the city to move forward. We must still execute a contract with Dr. Stalk or Share Village. The resolution reserves the financing so that we can continue the negotiations, and it does not necessarily require that even Share Village move forward. This just protects our access to this financing. Otherwise, it goes back into the general pool, and any other jurisdiction can dip into that pool. This way, we ensure that the development opportunity remains in Southern Nevada. And I would be happy to take questions if there are any.
If I might start off, one of the ones, this is not in any way aligned with general obligation bonds, which therefore we, the citizens, are responsible for any failure of completion of a project.
Kathy Thomas, for the record. That's correct, Mayor. These are not GO bonds, and it is actually the state working with the IRS to sell those bonds. They'll identify the bank or the investor who buys the tax credits, and they're responsible for the compliance with the IRS on the bonds. Our monitoring obligation is for the housing quality and that it remains affordable locally.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? I know that they're wonderful. Share Village, certainly starting with the very first Veterans Village there at Charleston and Las Vegas Boulevard, then the second and the third. I mean, they're just doing such a wonderful project. Is Freddie Mac involved in this next development, these 2 or not?
Not at this time, Mayor. The whole funding stack has not. That's why we're still negotiating to see who else is coming into as funders into the deal. And as of yet, we don't know who all those participants will be.
Because I know that he has had wonderful response from private citizenry and private business, and so hopefully that continues. But where is the contact in that? Should someone want to get involved in the acquisition of the bonds? It's through the state, through Share, through the city? How does that happen?
Kathy Thomas, for the record, it's through the state. So the state actually sells those bonds, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions? Yes, Councilman, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just thank you for the presentation. We've talked about this before. This is the most confusing process, and I've tried so hard to understand it, and I don't. So I'm not going to lie. I try really hard to understand this, and it's super complicated. But as it relates to housing strategy and Mr. Adams' future presentation on AB 73. For a future council meeting, I would just like your consideration in a report on a strategy around housing and how it relates, this particular resolution relates to an overall city housing strategy and a regional housing strategy. And I'm going to do my very best to try to understand it better. But I'm supportive, I just need to understand it. Thank you.
Mr. Dorcak, is this public hearing or no? I noticed a lady, I asked Ms. Campbell to go speak with her to see.
No public hearing, Mayor. I don't know if we have any online comments specifically to the item, but we can proceed to the motion.
No, none.
The young lady that I was just speaking with wanted to speak on this item during public comment, but we were at over 50 people and they wouldn't let her in, so she wants to know if she can make a comment. Because we think she couldn't come in there.
Okay. Mr. Dorcak, could you address the lady at the bar there, please, and then let me know your result? There's no online comment then? Okay, well, Councilwoman Diaz, this sounds very exciting. I know he keeps looking for property, and it's certainly not the end of what Dr. Stalk's going to be doing. We know that, and I'm sure he probably did have to take his son back to school. But so we'll wait 1 minute to see what Mr. Dorcak resolves about her comment.
Mayor Jeff Dorcak, Deputy City Attorney for the record. The lady just has a question regarding the pricing, and I think it's best addressed by Director Thomas if possible.
Privately, after we vote on this?
It can be. She wanted it brought up to the council, but as I noted, we've already done the public comment and everything, but if
Right.
it's your discretion what you want to do.
Let's move ahead with this, and if you would please take your time to answer her comment, and that she will then make sure that if it's of merit, that will be shared. So, thank you. Councilwoman, on
Thank you.
42, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was able to meet with Dr. Stock in my office so he could render more clarity behind what he's pursuing through this project. Through the tenure of my short year, I have heard the community's concern about over-concentration of affordable housing in one area. So I am very mindful that I am hearing from my residents that we need to just be very, very mindful of this, not to over-concentrate it in one ward, that it needs to be balanced and it needs to be spread out. So I also know, though, that we're going through unprecedented times. I know that we're seeing a large number of people come to our courtyard, a lot of people not having a place of their own due to economic circumstances of COVID-19. So I'm very mindful that our homeless population continues to have struggles, continues to need a place to stay. I was pleasantly surprised that 56 of these units are currently already being utilized for the transitional housing that helps people get back on their feet, helps stabilize our folks and get them back to being working, productive citizens that can be on that pathway out of homelessness. And 44 more units will help us through these much needed difficult times. I am looking to Dr. Stock to help us lift the aesthetics of these properties in a way that adds value and pride to Ward 3, because I'm all about making sure that we're adding to our investment in Project Enchilada, and then with the Showboat apartments that are coming, Showboat Park apartments coming down the line, we want to make sure that our community looks really, really amazing and stellar, and that this investment is going to be looked at as a wise one. So I do want to ensure that I don't impede progress, but I do want to make sure that we do put metrics and that we're constantly revisiting and we're constantly in communication year after year about things that are going great and things that we might have to fine tune along the way. So with that, I make the motion to approve Agenda Item 42, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve Agenda 42. Please vote and post. And that motion carries. And Ms. Thomas, if you would just be kindly take on there. Thank you. Let's move on to Agenda Item 43, R44-2020, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution adopting the multifamily risk reduction program that will implement a routine inspection program for residential rental properties to verify compliance with all adopted codes and regulations specific to fire, life safety, and housing and habitability standards adopted at the state of Nevada, Clark County, and the city of Las Vegas.
Hello, Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
Tom Perigo, Executive Director of Community Development. We started on this program almost immediately following the tragedy of the Alpine Motel fire,
December of 19.
with
Yeah.
very specific direction from our city manager to look at those properties that have a higher incidence of violations and that could present greater risk to their tenants and to our citizens. We also worked immediately with council and who echoed that sentiment that we need to be very proactive and make sure we're looking at those properties that present potentially a greater hazard. Also, the direction from council is very clear to temper that by making sure that we're not adding additional burden to businesses that are operating in accordance with all of the rules and the guidelines and the requirements. We also met with a number of people from the industry, property managers, property owners, other constituencies that had some input for us on this program. And we think what we're presenting to you today by resolution is a policy statement that hits the target for what council's expectations were and what the industry, based on industry input to us. So today is a resolution with a program outline, and then that would be followed, if council approves this resolution and this program, it will be followed up with a text amendment that will be necessary for us to implement some of the provisions in this program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Robert, who's going to hit a couple of highlights. We did have this prepared quite a bit ago, but then with COVID, like many things, it slowed us down considerably. But we have been continuing to ramp up our efforts, mostly through fire prevention and our code enforcement, to make sure that we're still keeping a very close eye on some of these facilities. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Summerfield to hit a few highlights.
And if I may interject here, I was out of town at the time of the fire and absolutely appalled when I came back from that and had convened a meeting of staff to discuss this very issue that we allow slum landlords to operate in a variety of manners just to get the dollars in unsafe conditions for our residents or anyone that's here. And so with so many on the verge of homelessness and needing an opportunity to have housing and not be on the streets, to me, this was absolutely beyond significant and needed to be addressed. And I know Mr. Adams and yourself and others were at that meeting, including our fire chief, to discuss how this can happen, but trying to create, and I hope you will address, for the private line that can be used so people can be calling in if they're in one of these less than quality residential areas without having the fallout of being evicted because somebody has talked about some issues. So I think the work that's been done by your department, Mr. Perigo, has been long needed. And every life matters, and no matter the size of the dwelling, if they are renting it out or whatever they're doing with these complexes, that we understand it and we will not tolerate it. So I didn't mean to interrupt you from your presentation, Mr. Summerfield, but this is a not tolerable situation, which clearly started right there in December by convening all the members of the staff who were directly involved with setting this up, and under the leadership of Mr. Perigo, we began to create, it's been a long time, we're 8 months out now, and it's just, we're not there yet.
Just real quick before Mr. Summerfield starts, Your Honor, I just want to make clear that Acting Chief Buchanan is here in case there are any questions for the fire department. They have provided tremendous leadership, even prior to Alpine, to initiate a program recognizing the need to get into some of these complexes and make sure that they're safe and that they're providing all the fire prevention, meeting all the fire prevention requirements. So he is here as well to answer questions if there are any. So
Thank you. Please, Mr. Summerfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, Robert Summerfield, Director of Planning. So as Mr. Perigo mentioned, the program that's before you has a few different components. The first component is our fire prevention team. They will continue to do their multifamily inspection program. They will continue to focus. One of the things that we found through all of this conversation was we have some very objective criteria that we can use for identifying these properties that are at the higher risk. And so we're deploying that information and using a lot of good data that we have so that we can prioritize those properties that are most at risk based on their construction year, based on the year that certain fire code and building codes became effective, so that we're concentrating a lot of our efforts on ensuring that those properties are doing what they can to reduce risk. Further, we're doing a residential audit program. The residential audit program will, each year we will get a report of properties that have had more than one code enforcement complaint that had a life safety component, who have had calls for service from our fire and from Metro. One of the things that we found in looking at this data, one of the indicators of properties that may not be safe and may be having issues that need to be addressed aren't just a call from fire or a call on the code enforcement side, but sometimes the calls that they get for calls for service from Metro, from other activities that may be occurring that are a risk factor for problems. So we will be doing that. That audit program, as I said, those properties that get triggered under the audit will be put on an inspection program. Again, good operators, good property management, they won't end up resulting in the need for the audit, and therefore they won't be on that inspection program. One of the key components of this program that is new, and this does address specifically your concern about how did this property end up as it did. So one of the things that we did find through our internal review of everything was that for residence motels, properties that to the city were a motel, but were having people live there sometimes years in the same unit, and we all know the things that we collect and we stack, and we forget about the fact that we've got 12 things plugged into one outlet. Things that we would do in a residential dwelling that you wouldn't do in a hotel or a motel normally, we found that those were happening. So we've instituted a residence motel inspection program. These we have 26 licensees, so 26 properties that meet that criteria. They will be inspected annually and will be required to address any situations. That is new, because again, previously we considered them commercial. They operated very residential, which also, to Councilman Knutson's point, one of the things that he had mentioned throughout this is continue to have collaboration with the health district, because the health district does have certain purview over properties. They were looking at these properties as residential. We were looking at them as commercial, so the intersection just was not happening there on keep monitoring those properties. So this program will assist with that. And then finally, we've reiterated in the program the fees. We're not proposing any new fees at this point. However, we are proposing to take more assertive action on properties that are found to be in noncompliance. We try in our code enforcement group to give every chance for a property owner to remedy the situation. However, in these cases, we're going to be pulling back on that a little bit, and we're going to set very specific and stringent milestones that properties will have to meet in rectifying any code deficiencies. and if they don't, there will be consequences for that. And then finally, we will continue to do our outreach program. As Mr. Perigo mentioned, pre-COVID, we had a very, very big response to some education efforts that we did. Actually, we did them here in Chambers. And even after COVID had set in, we had one more meeting scheduled. And even with all those safety precautions, we had a big turnout for that meeting as well. So we're going to continue those training sessions with the community, with the property owners, with tenants, so that they can hear and see from our fire marshal and from our code enforcement team the things that we see quite often when we go out in those two units doing inspections. And then finally, to your question about how can you report? So one of the first things we did after that meeting is we went back and examined our processes to see how we could produce the ability for somebody to do an anonymous complaint on a code enforcement issue. Typically, we needed some kind of connector, particularly if it's a unit, but we went back, we fixed that. So if any tenant of any building in the city of Las Vegas has a code complaint, they have the ability to do that anonymously, and then we will work with the property owner to gain access, verify the violation or the issue, and if there is an issue, then work with the property owner to address and fix that.
Are you going to have that part of an agreement of the owner of the property as they rent out or lease their property, that they must notify or they must post some sign that here is an anonymous call number if there are any deficiencies or you feel you need, there needs to be some mandate?
So I don't believe we've included, what we do have is, because these are licensed businesses, these are apartment houses, they are businesses from the city's purview. And so we do require that they provide access as a licensee to the property. We have to serve proper notice. Legal has been very involved in this process as well. We do have to provide due process, so they have to have notice that we've received a complaint and that we need access to the property and to a particular unit. They have obligations under a tenant-landlord relationship to let the tenant know that they need access. So all of that is there. We do have already, we do publish the number that they can call and how they can do that anonymous. I don't believe at this time, though, that we have any requirement that the licensee or the property owner publish an anonymous complaint line at this time.
Just a thought, because I know so many of our properties are owned out of state.
Yeah.
And therefore, the owner then hires a general manager to watch that property and maybe several others. And so how is it communicated to me, the residents in an apartment that has wire failure or something? So it's just something to throw into your bag of things that need to be considered, because I know so many of them are owned out of town. And then managers change. And so how does that communicate to the resident that is occupying one of the units?
So, Your Honor, that's an excellent point, and what we can do is, and I'll double check this with the attorneys, but I just talked to Mr. Scott, and we see no reason we can't make it why we could not make it a condition of their license that they must post the number on the property visible to all tenants to call our 229 care number with any concerns.
That's a good one. Okay, because I do worry. I mean, we have so much property owned out of state, and we knew that from the days of the short-term rentals and Airbnb, and so to find the responsible person and make them attend to it through their manager of their properties. Great. So any questions? Yes, Councilman Creer.
Thank you. One, I want to thank the team for working so diligently on getting something better in place. I had said previously that it's unfortunate that bad things have to happen sometimes for good things to come out of it. And, with the Alpine fire and the loss of those lives was horrendous. But it's great to see that moving forward, something good is going to come out of it. One question I have for you both probably is, since there is that gray area of hotel versus residence hotel, is that something that we need to better define? Because right now, these are still considered hotels, correct?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, Councilman, yes. So technically, they still are extended stay or residence motels, depends on what they want to call themselves. But yes, they're still technically commercial operations that have that residential component. To your point, one of the things that we are going to do, and it's in the follow-up ordinance, is we are tightening up our definitions. And then with the institution of this inspection program, it will address that kind of that gap space that was there between, they were operating, at least in some units, kind of as a more of an apartment, and in other units, they were operating as a motel. This will fill that gap so that they will get inspected as a property and they can continue to operate their business however the model works for their property. So they can continue to offer weekly, monthly stays, or they can offer night to night or weekly stays, however their business model works. But this will close that gap between, are they treated as an apartment or are they treated as a motel?
Yeah, I mean, we've had discussions in the past about short-term rentals versus, from the hostels to hotels, motels, and all those in between. And it seems like there's ambiguity in somewhat. And I know that there's different standards. I mean, if you're a hotel, then that's a different standard than if you are a Siegel Suites. And it sounds like what they're talking about is more of a weekly, monthly rental versus a hotel. And if you look at all their units are sold out and they all have long-term leases, then that's not really a hotel. So I think we do need to better define that and then establish a criteria that goes into what that means to have that category. So, but I do think this is a great first step, and look forward to seeing the results of it in a year of being in operation and see where we are and see how we can make it even better.
Well, and just to mention to that, I had asked Mr. Summerfield and Mr. Perigo to look at a property owner who owns a couple of acres and puts up different fourplexes, several of them, to escape the code enforcement examination, because it's not one fourplex, it's many on a piece of property. And that we make sure, because every life matters. We just can't, because you own more than one fourplex on 2.5 acres, can't let them escape under the fourplex clause. So, okay, so more, you first? Councilman Knutson?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Perigo, Mr. Summerfield. Obviously, we've talked a lot about this, so I'm really grateful that this is coming forward. I had just a couple of observations and requests is that we move forward, assuming we pass it today, that it moves forward with the ordinance as quickly as possible. And then if we're able to work with communications on publishing or advertising or marketing, the fact that lines are anonymous, I think getting that information out prior to space heater season would be very important. And then from a fee recovery standpoint, I just want to put on the record that I'm very supportive of making sure the program recovers all costs from bad actors. And while I don't think there's an answer to this, I'm going to ask the question again. If there is opportunity in the preceding ordinances for a clause or a section around retribution, if the city is able to enforce that, I think it's an important consideration. I would hate for a tenant to be penalized because of a landlord's bad actions. So I don't know if that's possible, but I'd like to continue to explore that, and if it's an opportunity to incorporate that into future ordinances, I would be supportive of that. Thank you.
Well, and I want to, Councilman Knutson, that was one of the discussion points for the anonymity of the resident, because the biggest fear was usually these are lower income residences, and if they report, they're out. The manager will get them out, and that's exactly what we don't want to happen. And can you be assured of anonymity on these call-ins to protect the resident who wants to report and save lives, or his own or her life? But the reality is, you weigh that. Is this worth it to me to call in and risk being, evicted? And so to me, that is a huge piece that really needs to be looked at carefully, and especially as we're going forward with rehabilitation down Fremont.
And the other side of it is if they pass along the costs that they, to that tenant who is doing the right thing.
Right.
And so
Yeah.
that both of those are considerations.
Yeah.
And that's an excellent point, and we will definitely look at that. I believe the Health District does something similar to that, and so we'll look at that to see if we can include a provision in the upcoming ordinance to address that.
And before I turn it over to Councilwoman Fiore, can you please come back to us at some point, even if it's just an email? What's the timeline on this? I get very nervous in this time that we're in. There are just so many issues with which the city's dealing to protect citizens, and so many out of work, and so much tragedy going on, that we need a timeline so we can be assured, one, that we've got it finalized, or at least a variable during the end, let's say the emergency covenant that we're under right now. That will end. I don't know, and Scott, Mr. Adams, is there an end to the emergency declaration? Or does that just come from the governor?
Madam Mayor, if you remember, there are two levels of emergency. There's that which the governor mandated through his actions, and there's that which you and the council approved through resolution. So at the state level, it's really hard to say. I think we all pretty much know it's going to be dependent on how the pandemic plays out. At the local level, given that we're subject to the state, you could decide at any time that we're no longer under a local emergency.
And Your Honor, to that point on a timeline, much of what's in this program can be initiated. If this resolution is adopted, we will start immediately on many of these, many aspects of this program. There are some things that do need that ordinance, and based on the input, we're going to do a little bit of a rewrite. We will brief you. We'll get it out for business impact solicitation, and we could have it to you in November. And so it would be 100% implemented by December, but the majority of it, if the resolution's adopted, can be implemented immediately. And
I
will
would
be.
love to, at least a draft, let us take a look at a draft, if we could see that, so we can have input back to you, things that we would see, and maybe the written draft, making sure it's a draft and says on it at the time that you're ready, so we can expedite. I just really am very concerned as so much time goes by. Councilwoman, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I echo all of the sentiments that Madam Mayor has spoken. I agree with her 100%. I know that you and I have discussed this at length, and one of the things I just want to get on the record and be crystal clear, and as Councilman Knutson says, we definitely need to make the bad actors pay for this ordinance and pay for that. Now, in saying those words, I want to also ensure that our good actors do not get penalized with some unnecessary fee or unnecessary policy burden, that they've never done anything bad. Now we're increasing their fees in the middle of COVID. And so I just want to make sure that we are focused on the bad actors and not a blanket of fees to cover this, when then all of a sudden now our good folks are going to get penalized for the bad folks. So how are you going to figure that out? I guess you'll write it up and we'll.
Well, it's implied in the program as it's submitted to you. So to be perfectly clear, the vast majority of operators are good actors, without question. And to help those that want to be good actors but maybe aren't as knowledgeable about the codes or their requirements, that education part of the program is critical. So we want to help everybody to be in compliance and to be good actors. And that's how we're going to proactively do that. And as Mr. Summerfield said, when we held educational sessions, information sessions with the property owners and property management companies, very well attended. They very much appreciate us bringing fire, code enforcement, and everybody to the table to help them understand what their responsibilities are relative to city code. So that's how we're going to accomplish that, and that's how the program is set up. We absolutely heard that 100% all the way through, and the penalty part of this is more aggressive for those who decide they just simply don't want to follow the rules. And we get after them much more intensely, and those fees then would be applied, to come to council, but as those are applied, those will offset the cost of the program.
And you did say, Mr. Summerfield, that you were going to have more educational gatherings, yes?
Absolutely. So we're going to have those on a regular schedule. We did the previous two kind of somewhat impromptu, but going forward, especially once COVID's done and we can actually fill up council chambers with the folks that responded previously, we plan to have those. Initially, we may do them quarterly, and then we may do them semi-annually or twice a year.
So as you do it too, obviously, hopefully that you will reiterate the essence of what Councilwoman Fiore has just said, that this really is for those of you who may have absentee landlords that really don't care about their property here in Las Vegas or whatever, so that the good folk really realize they're in compliance. They've never had a problem, a code enforcement
Absolutely.
report. So Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I just want to, again, say that I'm on the same page with my colleagues and the mayor. I think this policy direction is much needed to prevent future fires, and I remember speaking to the victims of the Alpine fire when they were at Dula, and many of them said that this had been an ongoing issue for quite some time. Sometimes our citizens and our residents just don't know how to report it. They're not sophisticated enough to know that they do deserve better and they should have functioning heaters and AC and outlets, and they don't know about code enforcement. They don't know that there is a mechanism by which things can be rectified. So I want to say not only should we be proactive and be educating the owners, but we also need to make sure that the community is aware that there is a line for them to contact and reach to fix things, because we don't want to wait until another tragedy happens before they get their remedies. Or, for example, we've had the hottest summer on record this summer. Can you imagine not having a running AC the whole summer yet? You're just kind of burying it because you don't want to be potentially kicked out of the place that you can afford. I think there's a lot of things that people in poverty, unfortunately, put up with because they feel they have to, because they don't have very many resources nor the wherewithal. There's a lot of stress in their lives. So any way that we can get that communication out there to them too would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
So any other wrap-up?
No, we just recommend approval, and we'll get started.
Okay, so let's go ahead. Why don't you, since you just gave that nice commentary, why don't you move on this one, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve agenda item 43.
Okay, there's a motion to approve 43. Please vote, and please post. Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Summerfield, Mr. Perigo.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And as you know, agenda item 44, I have a son who works in the marijuana industry, so I am going to turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem for agenda item 44.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 44, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2020-27. Will the city attorney please read the bill?
Yes, sir. Bill number 2020-27, First Amendment, an ordinance to amend various provisions of LVMC Title 6 and 19 to update licensing and zoning provisions regarding marijuana-related businesses, including the elimination of provisions regarding compliance permits and the changing of terminology and license categories from those associated with medical marijuana and retail marijuana to those now recognized and used under state law, medical cannabis and adult use cannabis, and to provide for other related matters. Just a reminder, this bill is with a First Amendment for the motion.
I will make a motion to approve the bill with the First Amendment.
Your mic was done, thank you.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Let's move on to agenda item 44. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2020-28, an ordinance to amend the Lone Mountain Master Development Plan and Design Standards and the Lone Mountain West Master Development Plan and Design Standards to provide that the use beer, wine, cooler, on-sale establishment is permitted as a conditional use in the development areas to which the documents pertain and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 45. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Number 46, Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Bill number 2020-29, an ordinance to amend LVMC section 19.16.100 to expand the list of the types of amendments to an approved special use permit that can be processed administratively as a minor amendment and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve Agenda 46. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 47, recommending committee, bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Item number 47, bill number Z2020-1 will be heard at a later meeting. There are no new bills, so we'll move on to item number 48 through 55. Items 48 through 55 may be considered in one motion, one vote, and are considered routine, non-public public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda, and I will read 48 through 55. 48, GPA 78785, applicant owner Panther Wallapai Corner LLC, and a request for a general plan amendment from PF Public Facilities as Seek Service Commercial and related item number 49. ZON 78786, a request for rezoning from CV Civic to C1 Limited Commercial, 4.90 acres north side of Alta Drive, approximately 760 feet east of Wallapai Way, and related item 50, 20-0027 SDR1, on a request for site development plan review for proposed three-story, 71,400 square foot medical office building and non-ambulatory surgery center on 4.66 acres on the north side of Alta Drive, approximately 372 feet east of Wallapai Way, CV Civic Zone, proposed C1 Limited Commercial, Ward 2. Councilwoman Seaman. Number 51, 20-0018 VAR1, applicant owner 1701 Charleston LLC, on a request for a variance to allow a 1-foot setback where 5 feet is required, to allow 283 square foot sign where 75 feet is the maximum allowed, and to allow a 16-foot tall sign where 10 feet is the maximum allowed for a proposed monument sign on 2.44 acres at 1701 West Charleston Boulevard, T4C, T4 Corridor Zone, Ward 1, Councilman Knutson. Number 52, 20-0010 SUP1, applicant T-Mobile owner Edward A. and Vicky M. Rauscher Living Trust, on a request for a special use permit for the conversion of an existing 60-foot tall wireless communication facility, stealth design slimline, to a non-stealth design at 7451 West Lake Mead Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilman Knutson. Number 53, 20-0019 SUP1, applicant Envision Automotive LLC owner, 1999 LLC, a request for a special use permit for a motor vehicle sales use at 2135 South Decatur Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 1, with Councilman Knutson. Number 54, 787 52 SUP1, applicant Jose Rondin, owner B2 LLC, on a request for a special use permit for proposed auto parts new and rebuilt use at 3810 West Sahara Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilman Knutson. And finally, agenda item 55, TO 105 EOT1, applicant owner Orlando Walden LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for a first extension of time of a conditional use permit CUV 77133 to allow a non-conforming short-term residential rental use at 2609 Castlewood Drive, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 1, Councilman Knutson. Staff recommends approval on all items. Planning Commission recommends approval on numbers 48 through 54. These are public hearings, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Please come forward. And how about any e-comments? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We received 2 protest postcards via our meeting comments inbox from Mr. Adam Tabakian on this project, and that is all.
That was it. Okay. Any comments, questions from council? Nope, all's clear. Mayor Pro Tem may have a motion, one motion, one vote, items 48 through 55.
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motions carry. Agenda item 56 and 57, ZON 78382, a request for rezoning from CV Civic and R3 medium density residential to C1 limited commercial. Number 57, VAR 78712, and a request for a variance to allow a 14-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. The applicant is NV Path. The owner is Punjabi Jat Realty LLC on 1.18 acres at 1260 and 1310 West Owens Avenue. On both items, Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer, a public hearing items which I declare open. And we'll turn right to you first, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, staff finds that the proposed rezoning application to be compatible with the adjacent C1 limited commercial zones along Owens Avenue, and that the site's C commercial land use designation also supports that. Since both buildings are existing with established setbacks, the variance request will not intensify or affect the adjacent residential neighboring properties. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of both of these applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor.
Pardon?
You mind if I make a statement before I know this is out of order.
It's all
Normally,
right. Go
it's
ahead.
the applicant. I just want to say that when you first came, we didn't understand the project and what was going on, and what was going to go in and what was happening there. And so since we've had a chance to talk, and although I'm not in favor right now, because I don't know much about the actual tenant that you're thinking about putting in there, I do believe that it's in the best interest to take that zoning into C1 because of where it's located and where we're moving with the project, and right next to the terribles that's going there. Normally, I wouldn't support a project without some type of application corner, which is blind zoning. But in this particular case, I do think that it's valid, and just to let you know, I will be supporting it. I'm not sure how far you want to go with your conversation.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Did I say it good for you?
Okay, how about you? You're the applicant? And
I'm
you've
actually
been
the owner of the
before us.
building.
Yeah,
Okay.
he owns the building.
Right, you've been before us
Yeah.
in an earlier time. Would you restate your name, please, and make any comment now that you've heard from Councilman Creer?
Sure, thank you. My name is Alex Kara. I own Punjabi Jat Realty, and that's the entity that owns the actual building itself and the vacant lot right next door.
Wonderful. So obviously you're in favor of this and appreciate Councilman Creer's comment.
Yes, very much, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any questions from here? How about making a
Great.
motion? Let's
And-
move
And
along.
so when you do get a tenant, please come back and talk to us about where we're going. And we still want to
Absolutely.
work with you potentially on helping you find the right tenant to go in your building. I know we had some issues, concerns. They might have talked to you about your impromptu shoe store that can't be there.
I
But-
cheated. I
Pardon me?
didn't hear from the public. So-
Yes, you're right.
Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on these items 56, 57? Anybody online have comments? Back to you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Creer.
So we'll continue to work with you on helping you. Let's see if we can get the right product in there.
Thank you.
Great. So I'm going to make a motion to approve item 56.
Okay, there's a motion to approve agenda item 56. Please vote and please post. Motion carries, and on to 57.
I move for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 57. Please vote. And please post. Happy ending.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Creer. So you went from no, 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 no to yes, yes. Wonderful.
I figure save us some time.
Right, I love that. Move it along, that's wonderful. 58's been obeyed to October 7th, so we are now on to agenda item 59, 200017 Variance 1, public hearing, applicant owner Charleston Rancho LLC, possible action or request for a variance to allow 11-foot perimeter wall height where 8 feet is the maximum allowed at 2324 West Charleston Boulevard, T4-C, T4 Corridor Zone, Ward 1, Councilman Knutson. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing, which I declare open, and you are the applicants, or one applicant and one non-applicant?
Madam Mayor, I apologize. I'm going to do Councilman Creer, and I'm going to ask if I can do my report, because I think it will save the applicant some comments that they would otherwise feel they need to
Probably
make.
aggravation, I would imagine.
Aggravation, time, all of that.
But go for it, if it's all right with both of you. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, since the September 8th Planning Commission meeting, additional information has been supplied to staff regarding the nature of the tenant for the repurposing of this building and the resulting federal security regulations associated with such an occupant. This new information, coupled with the adjacent topographical considerations to the east, west, and north of the property lines in association with those existing parking garage, warrants a reevaluation and a reconsideration of this item. Because of that additional information we have received, staff is changing their recommendation to approval of this request, and everything is in order. Thank you.
Do you like that?
We love it.
Love it. Could I see your face just one split sec? Love
We
it.
actually love it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to make any comment now that it's so positive, or shall I turn it to Councilman Knutson?
I have no comments.
Oh, can't do that. Public hearing. Is there anybody that wishes to speak on agenda item 59? Hearing and seeing none, we will now go online. You have a comment. You look like you have a comment.
I do. I do not have any comments, but we do need their names for the record.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Cheryl Felsky, Westar Architects.
Jeremy Frey, JMF Development.
You're okay with us? Okay. Any comments from council? All right. Yes, Councilman Fiore.
Madam Mayor, it's not about this particular subject. I'm supportive. I just want the clerk to reference my yay votes on the last votes that I missed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Councilman Knutson.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I've had time to speak with Director Summerfield, and given the applicant, I think it's an appropriate use and would move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 59. Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Summerfield. Agenda item 60, 200014 WVR1, public hearing, applicant owner GTIS SLC, Symphony Park Property Owner LLC. Possible action or request for a waiver of Symphony Park District Design Standards on 5.25 acres northwest corner, Symphony Park Avenue and City Parkway, PD Plan Development Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And please, you are.
I am Kevin House. I'm the VP of Multifamily. I represent GTIS SLC Symphony Park Ownership.
Okay, you got that? Could you repeat your name one more time, please? It's not coming on. How about the center one? There it is, you're on.
Sorry, my name is Kevin House. I'm a VP of Multifamily for GTIS SLC Symphony Park.
Okay. Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, the waiver request is to allow an approved 325-unit mixed-use development to not be LEED certified. The building will, however, still be built to LEED standards, which will be verified by the Symphony Park Design Review Committee through certification checklist and supplemental documentation. As the site will be constructed to meet or exceed the LEED standards in effect at the time that the Symphony Park Design Standards were adopted, and the documentation will be submitted to the Symphony Park Design Review Committee to ensure full LEED compliance, staff concurs with the findings of the Symphony Park Design Review Committee and recommends approval of this waiver. Thank you.
Since it's already under construction, Mr. Summerfield, why is this happening at this time?
Because the applicant, originally they were doing what they needed to do. They've just, the the cost to go through with the actual certification, the additional time that takes. They've requested to not do that part of it. Again, the building will be built to the standards as required by the Symphony Park design guidelines. It just will not go for the formal certification, is my understanding. So that's why they're coming back now for this waiver.
And is there an approximation as to the cost of having to go for the design standard approval?
You know, I would actually look to the architectural team, or the applicant rather, to know if they estimated that cost. I do know that there is a cost associated with it, and it can be substantial for a development of this size, but I do not know an exact or even a legitimate estimate that I could say.
I'm not trying to create a problem, but maybe I am, because to me, if you've gone ahead and submitted up to LEED standards, but it's not LEED certified, then who's inspecting it to see that it's up to standards?
So we
And
have.
I'm sorry, this is nothing, I mean, I just,
So we have on our team, we have folks that are actually certified by the USGBC. I'm throwing too many letters, I think, into it. But anyway, by the U.S. Green Building Coalition, which is the ones who certified LEED. So we have folks that are actually certified on our staff to do LEED buildings and to do the documentation for that. So those are folks that will be reviewing the documentation that they submit to verify that the documentation is up to snuff. But again, my understanding is they will be doing everything they would need to do to get certified except for the actual certification, which has additional expense associated and time associated with
could you
it.
let us know what the cost saving is to them? I'd be curious,
Yeah,
because to me,
I'll
if
make
there's
some
certain
inquiries.
standards we're asking them to meet, and they agreed to that at the beginning, it was not conditional, I realize that too. But what is it, and does it have anything in any way impact, because it's environmental, anything of any safety nature to the occupants at the time it's open?
Right, and again, my understanding is the only thing they're requesting to do is not get the certification.
Correct.
They will still be meeting all of the standards, and again, LEED is over and above normal building standards. So doing those additional efforts to make for a healthier, cleaner, less carbon footprint building and operation of that building, all of that's kind of over and above baseline code. And so they will be continuing to do those things. They just won't be getting the plaque that we have out in the lobby of City Hall. They won't be going forward to that step to get that certification.
Which we take great pride in. So
We do.
I just was wondering what the cost saving is.
I will inquire about that, and I'll get that sent to you.
Just let us know what that is,
Yep.
so if it's worthwhile. So any other comments you would wish to make here?
Well, I guess the only comment is we are going to be building the project per LEED standards. We have a third-party certifier that is involved in the entire process. They will be performing inspections throughout the whole project. All of our project drawings, plans, et cetera, have all been submitted and meet LEED standards. So this is just a certification issue on the back end. So we are not cutting any corners on materials or energy-saving methods or any of those type items on the project.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? Councilman, do you want to move on this, please?
I don't have any additional comments or questions, so I'll move for approval.
Did I hear from the public? I didn't. Anybody want to make comment on this? Item number 60. And please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Tashika Lawson. I just wanted to ask, wouldn't that set a precedent for other developers to not go for the services for that same certification by just using a loophole that we would be creating today?
So, Madam Mayor, if you'd like me to respond. So,
Yes.
again, no action that you take on land use in this arena is precedent setting from that regard. So someone can't come forward and say, well, you approved a waiver in that circumstance, because each circumstance is different. Having said that, once again, I do want to be clear, It's that final piece that would get them their plaque and get them their certificate. The development will continue to meet, and the city will continue to monitor to ensure that all documentation is in order to comply with the Symphony Park standards, which require building to LEED standard. They just will not be doing that final step, which is to submit everything with the check that then gets them the plaque at the end of the day.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Any comments online? Thank you. Back to you now, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move for approval of item 60.
Thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 60. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 61, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem, would you handle this? Again, it's a marijuana issue, and I have a son involved in the industry.
Absolutely. Agenda item number 61, special use permit 20-0029, SUP1. This is a public hearing. The applicant is Integral Associates LLC, owner Friendly Bear Plaza, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,200 square foot marijuana dispensary use at 871 North Nellis Boulevard, Suite 9. This is in limited commercial in Councilwoman Diaz's ward. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. The applicant is Essence Tropicana. This is a public hearing. I'll declare it open. Is the applicant representative here? Hi. Mr. Summerfield?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, sir, the proposed use does comply with all Title 19 minimum special use requirements and can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing and future surrounding land uses. As such, staff is recommending approval of this special use permit. Thank you.
Very good. Anything you want to add?
Yes, please. Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, representing the applicant. And again, we'd like to thank staff and the Planning Commission for recommending approval of this. We do meet all the separation requirements from schools, community facilities, churches, and also because at the last legislative session, there was added in that one condition of 1,500-foot separation from unlimited gaming. We also meet that separation. We think this is a great location only because it's on a very busy street. There's a bus stop right in front of it, on southbound Nellis, and there's also a bus stop on Washington, which is just adjacent to the parcel to the north, which we think is beneficial for patients and customers to be able to come to the site, and also for employees who live in the area and can work here and ride the bus to this location. You know, I know one of the things that always comes up, usually with marijuana dispensaries, is security, and everybody's concerned about crime, bringing crime to the community. And I have with me 2 studies that were done by Citizens for Safe Access, one for the state of Massachusetts and one for California. California was done 2 years ago. And exactly the opposite is what happens, because there's so much security in the buildings. There's cameras on the outside, cameras on the inside. They have full-time security. You cannot go inside a dispensary. If you're a child and you're with your parent, if you go to a liquor store, you can go inside as long as you're with a parent. If you're a child, you cannot go into a dispensary. You have to be 21 years of age. And you have to have an ID. So if you get there and you forget your ID, I'm very sorry, but you still cannot go in, and that's all very carefully regulated and scrutinized. And again, there's cameras on the outside, and they usually have security that are walking on the outside. So the studies have shown that when dispensaries come into communities, they're actually more secure, and it is safe. And conversely, when they move out, then crime tends to rise because that level of security has left. Again, there are some liquor stores nearby. I think you'll have a greater opportunity for kids, teenagers probably. I know when I was a teenager, I was a miscreant, and we would hang out and see if somebody would go buy our beer. You can't even do that at a dispensary one, again, because of the cameras and the security. But Nevada is also one of the most regulated, if not the most regulated state. There's software that regulates from seed to sale, and it's tracked. So there's really no diversion. It's just not even possible. And then just lastly, I would say back in 2016, when we had the second vote with regard to marijuana on question 2, this property, the zip code is located in 89110 zip code, and that goes from Charleston north to Owens and from Pecos east to the mountains. And there are 4 assembly districts in that zip code. And so I went back and looked to see how those voted, and all 4 voted in favor of it. And in fact, 2 of the districts were over 60%, and then the third one was like a 59%. So we think this is a very underserved area, and we're hoping that we can allow for patients and customers to come. And again, with bus stops making it easier and a little bit more convenient for them. And again, we appreciate staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Very good, thank you. This is a public hearing. I'll open it up to anyone here, and I have a card from Val Sharp, so if you come up, make your comments.
I guess it's on already, right?
Yep.
Good morning. Mayor, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
Congratulations on Jorge Cervantes. That's a good choice. I missed the planning meeting because the mailing radius missed my property by about 2 lots. So I wasn't aware of this until I saw the sign posted.
I think he said it.
And I'd missed the meeting because it had already been held 2 days
You
before.
did announce your name, I'm sorry.
Val Sharp,
Thank you.
S-H-A-R-P, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm opposed to this because even though it meets the statutory requirements of distance from schools, there are 4 schools in very, very close proximity to this location. At the end of my street on Monroe from Nellis to Marion, you have an elementary school. You continue on down Marion around to Harris, you have a middle school. Across the other way on Nellis is El Dorado High, and then on the other side of Nellis, there's another elementary school. I think it's called Stanford or Sanford. There's a lot of foot traffic that goes around here. I know that marijuana is legal in Nevada, but it is still illegal federally. And I think too many of these operations are not conducive to uplifting the quality of life here in Nevada. I'm concerned if they need to get access, all they do is get on the bus to Washington, go all the way down to Las Vegas Boulevard, Main Street. They've got that huge dispensary on the Indian Reservation. So it isn't like anybody in this area is deprived of, it's like, what, 10, 15-minute bus ride? So I would like to encourage you not to approve this, primarily because 89110 is it's a good neighborhood. We don't have a high crime rate, we don't have a low crime rate. I don't want to have anything go in there that could change that. We have unfortunately a higher COVID exposure. We're one of the higher ones. We have a very high Hispanic community, and these people are very social. They're very friendly. They like to have their gatherings on the weekends, and I think that's probably one of the reasons for the COVID issue. And I'm sure that Councilwoman Diaz might be aware of that situation. What I want to do is just keep this kind of a product out of this neighborhood without the front street exposure on Nellis. If they wanted to put it in a back area someplace where it's not quite so obvious, that might be acceptable. But the people that are sponsoring this are out of Chicago, Illinois. Well, we know what the crime rate is in Chicago. The surveys are done from East Coast and West Coast. Where's the survey for Nevada? And the owner of the property is out of California, so they don't have any local concern. What they're interested in is they want rent. And I understand that. That's the way the world works in America. We are a capitalist nation, and money is a driving force. But we need to look at, okay, what's the source of that money? Yeah, they'll have tight security around that store. There's no doubt about it. I understand that. The banks won't touch their money. They have to. But what does it draw to that area? The kids that go to school walk to school. The exposure there, to me, is great. And regardless of what you're told about marijuana not being a gateway drug, it is. 85% of all hard drug users start with Mary Jane.
Okay.
So I would like you to oppose this. We don't need it in our neighborhood. I don't want it in my neighborhood. And I would hope that you would see a better view of what this can impact us over the long term.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was given a card. There were some people that were sitting back there in opposition. They gave me a card and asked me to
Thanks.
drop it by.
Anyone else? Anything online, Luann? Okay. I'll close the public hearing. Any comments up here? All right, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Stewart, could you verify for me on the outside advertising of this location, does it outwardly say marijuana dispensary? Does it say what you're set up to sell, or is it just basically your brand for that dispensary that is out on the building? I'm trying to get an understanding of the concerns of the community being raised about the children walking through the neighborhoods, and so can you kind of explain the vision of this dispensary going in there? What do you have intended in terms of advertising on the exterior?
I haven't seen the sign package yet, but if you wanted, that could be a condition, if you wanted us to come back with our signage, because I do understand you don't want something with a big marijuana leaf and whatever. And so and we could have it just say Essence Dispensary, or I'm not sure, it might be Essence Eastside, or I'm not sure how it's technically going to be called, but you know, we'll say dispensary so people know what it is, but they're not very, in their other locations that are their suburban locations, they're not overt. They have one on the Strip on Las Vegas Boulevard, and that's geared towards tourists. This is actually geared for, it's suburban. It's for the residents in the area.
Okay. And then, Mr. Summerfield, do we know how long that location there, that commercial center location they're wanting to go into, has been sitting vacant?
If you stand by 1 second, I may be able to find that out.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, through you, Councilwoman Diaz, it looks like the previous license was closed out in, it looks like May of 2017. They had previously had a clothing store at that location, and so it's been out of business for a few years.
Okay. Thank you very much. And the reason why I asked is due to, again, this very unprecedented time we're all living through. You know, the unfortunate reality is we here at the city in briefings, we've been talking about what are we going to be doing with big box, empty commercial space. As we are living through COVID times, more and more people are doing their sales online. And that's going to unfortunately have a negative impact on commercial retail space. And if that commercial space has been sitting there vacant since 2017, I can in good conscience say that I have a line of people wanting to go and rent it, and it's unfair to the owner of the space, and it's unfair to potential job seekers, because I know that whether we like the concept or not, there are jobs that this industry is providing. They're very accessible jobs for community members that start at a decent pay rate where they can afford to provide for their families. In the meeting that I had with the representatives of this dispensary, 35 full-time jobs during this time I just cannot turn my back to or a blind side out to, 15 part-time jobs. I meet regularly with both my Northeast Area Command Captain and my Downtown Area Command Captain, and they've never brought an existing Ward 3 dispensary to light, saying that they have severe concerns about what's happening around the dispensary. So from the security standpoint, I think they bring value added. They have cameras that a lot of times our Metro officers have asked for footage on because they're very highly secured locations, and sometimes they can even facilitate information and footage and help in the pursuit of individuals. And the last point I'd like to make is, you know, whether we like it or not, I think that's all a very personal thing for us to agree or disagree with it, but there are many people that are using it for medicinal purposes, and during this time with high stress, high traumatic experiences, I think that I'm not gonna get in the way of somebody's wanting to use it. In the past, I've been against other dispensaries coming in because we need to be cognizant of oversaturating an area with them as well. I'm not in favor of putting too many all in one area. That's unsound and unwise, but this actually does bring in tax dollars and revenue that is going to be much needed here in the next few years. And I do want to put that condition if we could see the signage. I do agree with our community members that are concerned about our youth. As a teacher, I think we need to be doing more on that front of proactive education, of not, you know, I miss the days of DARE, and when our Metro police officers could actually have the DARE programs running in our schools. But I think that we can find a really amazing way to partner with our neighboring schools and bring that educational awareness about not using drugs, because it does have a harmful effect, especially if you get exposed to it at an early age. So I do not turn a blind eye on the public health matters, but at the same time, I know that this does offer medical relief to so many people who are suffering with cancer, stress, can't sleep, et cetera. So with that, how would we frame that condition, Mr. Summerfield, about the signage?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I may through you. So is that something that you want to come back to council, or is there specific things that you just don't want to see and that we would review as a part of the sign permit when it comes forward?
Just so that, I guess so that it's kid-friendly, since it's in a neighborhood where a lot of kids are commuting to and from by foot to school. So I don't know what kid-friendly could be, so that's why I'm trying to see what your recommendation would be. I just don't want something like too bold.
So with that, if I may then recommend that the condition would be prior to submitting for building permits for signage, a master sign plan shall be approved for all signage related to the use. That way, as a board, as a planning commission, and as a city council, you have more subjectivity in and more discretion in your review than my staff would have. So given that what you want is not necessarily clearly definable, that would be my recommendation. And I look to Mr. Scott to see concurrence. So yeah, so if we could have a condition that prior to submittal of building permits for signage, a master sign plan must be approved.
Is that okay with you, Ms. Stewart?
That's fine, but I was going to offer another option. I think what you're looking for is not a graphic depiction of like marijuana that you don't want to leave.
Correct.
And that you just want verbiage, right? So, I mean, I don't know if you want to just put that as a condition and that the staff review it. I mean, however you want to do it's fine.
If it can come before us, that way we can just make sure that also the public could have the opportunity to see it and agree or disagree with what's going to go before them in their everyday hustle and bustle through their streets. All right. So I would move to approve with the condition that Mr. Summerfield just stated on the record. I would move to approve agenda item 61 with that condition.
Okay, we have a motion. Go ahead and vote. And post.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 62. 78832 MSP1, Master Sign Plan, Public Hearing, Applicant Owner, School Board of Trustees, possible action or request for a Master Sign Plan for an existing public primary school on 9.68 acres at 5701 Stacy Avenue, CV, Civic Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Both planning and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open, and good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. Lucy Gonzalez, Clark County School District, Rural Property Management, here to answer any questions.
Okay, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, with the exception of the request to allow an animated and electronic illumination for the proposed wall sign, the proposed master sign plan does adhere to all other Title 19 requirements. The proposed wall sign is consistent with the existing primary school development on the subject site. Furthermore, the sign is located in a satisfactory location that it does not adversely impact residential properties in the immediate vicinity. For those reasons, staff is recommending approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to comment on this agenda item 62? Seeing and hearing none. How about online? Nothing online. Let's close public hearing, and let's turn this over to Councilman Creer, unless council have comments, questions? Nope. It's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We haven't heard from you from a briefing perspective, and I know these signs can be sometimes common, but what is it that you plan to, this is somewhat of an obvious question, but I still want to make a statement on the record. What is that you plan to display on this sign?
So the sign will be used to inform the community of upcoming school events, post notices, basically the same things that are currently shown on the marquee, but in an LED fashion with an LED screen. And it would give us the opportunity to maybe display and give out more information than we're currently able to.
Okay, and it won't be used for any third-party?
There will be no third-party advertising.
Okay, great. I want to make a motion, if there's no comment, move for approval for item 62.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 62. Please vote, please post.
Thank you very much.
Which elementary school is that?
That's Ronzone.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, my, wonderful years.
Yes.
And it was Ronzoni in the day of the people, the Ronzonis were alive. Yeah,
Ronzoni.
Ronzonis. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah, we forget things, you know? Okay, agenda item 63, SDR 78443, public hearing, applicant, Las Vegas Billboards, owner Denny's Inc., et al. Possible action or request for a site development plan review for proposed addition of digital LED electronic message board illumination to an existing non-conforming off-premise sign on .08 acres at 1830 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilwoman Diaz. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing, and you're still here, so would you re-announce yourself, please, and make some comments before I turn them over to Mr. Summerfield?
Sure.
And we loved your colors, because they match the Showgirls sign.
Oh.
Or is that downtown? That's it was the Grand, I think. It's
The
not there.
Showgirls
There's yours,
sign is right in front of the,
Right.
in front of the Denny's.
Right.
Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, representing the applicant. And this is an existing static billboard that's been out there for years, and it's sort of in pretty sad shape. And with the new remodel of the Denny's, they had wanted to go convert to electronic. We held it, we met with the neighbors. Actually, we went out on the site and met with the neighbors, or not really neighbors, but area residents that had concern about the downtown and entry to the Arts District. And so on the conditions that are added, the first three were added at the Planning Commission, and those are ones we agreed to with the neighbors, such as the louver on the top to minimize the halo effect, an automatic dimmer so that the light, so it's not bright at night, and actually at night it goes dimmer, and during the day it goes brighter when it's a bright day. And then, this was really important to the concerned citizens, was they wanted us to add some kind of articulation to the pole So we agreed that we would do some sort of LED light, and I think there's probably three choices: vertical, horizontal, or at an angle. I don't know what else we could do. But because the signs on the scenic byway have to have articulation, they wanted this to sort of blend in better. They also had a few other things that we can't really put as a condition, but we're happy to say on the record. And one is that they were looking to see if we could do like donate space, which of course that can't be a condition, but this is actually owned by a local family that is Las Vegas Billboards. They're local, owned and operated, and so they donate a lot to charities. And so they always said, sure, as long as there's space available, they'll donate, and especially for downtown events and activities. Another thing that the concerned residents wanted was to see if we could do like an artist of the month. And they agreed to that too. I think the way they'll do it is that, like, if they don't want to be the ones to pick who makes that decision, who wins the artist of the month. But the citizens had a couple boards they suggested, and we'll just suggest that you guys figure it out how you want it to be done, and we can advertise a board or a painting on the board. They take a JPEG picture and then they put it into the computer, and it can put like a piece of art. So they could do that on a monthly basis. And again, that's always the space is available. And then just another thing for the record, because this is family owned and operated, they are the only electronic billboard company in the valley that does not advertise any strip clubs. They also don't advertise anything that's nude. And then their lease with Denny's also requires no tobacco products and anything that might be offensive to the Denny's restaurant, because it is a family restaurant. And so with that, we appreciate the Planning Commission working with us. Your commissioner worked very closely with us and the area residents, and we appreciate them working with us. With that.
Thank you. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, in 2001, the state of Nevada designated the Las Vegas Boulevard as a scenic byway in order to preserve its character as a nighttime urban scenic byway. The intent of the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway Overlay District is to provide signage standards that will maintain and enhance the scenic qualities of this historic highway in accordance with the scenic byway designation. Staff finds that the proposed modifications to the existing billboard will further exacerbate and intensify the non-conforming off-premise sign land use on this subject site. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the requested site development review. Thank you.
Do we have any pictures, and I might look at Mr. Cervantes, of how does this look on that corner that we spent so much money on with the showgirl sign, and now we've got the new archway coming in when you're driving north on Las Vegas Boulevard or going to turn onto Main? How does this look?
For the record, Jorge Cervantes. So, Mary, this is north of where our archway would be and just behind where our showgirls are. If you recall, for a while there, we had a actual sign working with the downtown group where it was the showgirl welcome to the downtown grand that really acted real well with our signage. So it's going to be right immediately behind. I think one of the things that I heard was that they'll work with artists to kind of put art rendering up there, which would probably be beneficial coming into the Arts District to kind of run some sequence of just artist work out there. But there's a sign there today, and it'll probably look the same, just with different messages, and hopefully some of the messaging can kind of help some of the attractiveness of our improvements out there.
So the sign immediately, if I may continue, Mr. Cervantes, immediately to the south is the one that the Grand owns and advertises that's complementary to the showgirl sign.
So the Grand doesn't own it, they own it. The Grand was just advertising up there. And so it's the same sign you're thinking about, Mayor. The one where the Grand was advertising is the same sign.
And so this sign is the same height right here?
They're just replacing it with electronic.
Okay.
And they'll actually use the same pole. They're just going to put a cover over it and the lights, because that's what the area wanted to, because your on-premise signs need to have light and articulation. That's why they wanted to add something onto, they actually wanted to put arrows on it, but that added to the sign square footage.
Okay, thank you. All yours, Mr. Summerfield.
Ma'am, we don't have anything else to add. As I said, our concern is by increasing for lack of a better word, the value of the sign will never amortize out, and it's non-conforming as a concept, not just the sign, but as a concept for off-premise signs along the boulevard where we are encouraging the scenic byway and that historic feel of the signs and the neon and all of those other elements of the scenic byway.
And when we go across the street to IHOP and their new signage, and you look at the whole area in the concept of what you've just articulated, how does that fit? What is that all, what are we doing all the way down Las Vegas Boulevard?
So, Madam Mayor, we work very closely with every redevelopment project on the boulevard specific to this issue because we do have the scenic byway overlay, and it does have some very specific requirements along the byway for signage. So Denny's, we work very closely with them. You see that in their sign package. You see the neon in the picture that's on the screen. You can see what they did with their typical Denny's sign there. With the IHOP, that was a very big deal with them to work with them to get a sign that was compliant with the byway. To the is it the Happy Fun Days Motel sign that was done just maybe a year or so ago. Quite a bit of work went into what they were proposing in order to put up an on-premise LED sign. This is an existing billboard that's non-conforming because it doesn't fit with the boulevard's intent or sign intent, and this request would just kind of further that non-conformity in staff's opinion.
Thank you.
Although to the credit of the applicant, they did work with some select members of the community to come up with some things to try to soften that a little bit. However, it's existing as a non-conforming. The proposal will continue that non-conformity, in fact, increase its likelihood of continuing for a very long time.
So is it minor non-conforming or major non-conforming from your viewpoint?
From staff perspective and given the goals and objectives of the scenic byway, it would be, if we wanted to categorize it, it's a major non-conforming because, again, off-premise sign as a category is not meant to be perpetuated on the boulevard.
So as we change here, again, on that non-conformance, what do you see in the future?
So I would see, because this is a significant investment that they would be putting in, my expectation would be that they would continue to have this off-premise sign well into the future. As I mentioned, significant investment. While development is shifting in that area, we are seeing some other developments come online with the improvements that the Strat has done and others. The reality is that it still maintains a significant commercial corridor, so the criteria that you would typically use in an RQR situation to say, okay, the time for the sign has passed and we're going to move on from having the sign, I don't see that happening into the future. So if this is approved, that sign will just continue to be there for a very long time.
Okay.
If it's not approved, it's still a non-conforming sign and they still have a right to it. They just would not have the ability to upgrade it to this level.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
And if I could just make a quick comment, that the sign, there's a sign on top of Walgreens at the intersection of Las Vegas Boulevard, and they advertise off-premise. And also up at Fremont Street, at the southeast corner, they're advertising off-premise. So if it's so there is off-premise advertising, and it is electronic. Some are just attached to the building, but the Walgreens sign is huge, and they advertise off-premise items all the time.
Right.
So.
And I think that might be for sale as well. So, okay, yes, Councilman Knutson and Councilman Creer. Okay, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question. The reference to they, who you've been working with, who is the they?
Oh, there's some, like downtown Steve, and we had some meetings with some neighbors. We had some emails, and some of them came to the meeting. Some people said they were going to come to the meeting and didn't. We had originally talked to Heidi Swank. She said she was okay, and then she sent in an email opposed. But then Michelle, I think, who worked with her, we worked with her also. So it was just a group of people that that we worked with the commissioner, the planning commissioner for the area, and who he recommended that we work with. And they seemed to be the most interested in the sign at the time.
Thank you.
Councilman Creer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, let me say that I own a billboard company, Career Outdoor Advertising, and there's no conflict of us with this, so I'll be voting on this, but just for full disclosure. And I have a couple of questions for you. One, I'm unsure you said that Las Vegas Billboards owns the boards, but in our application, it says the applicant is Las Vegas Billboard, but Denny's owns the board. So who owns the actual board itself? Did Denny's own it, and then they hired Las Vegas Billboards to contract out with them to sell the boards?
I don't believe so. I believe that Las Vegas Billboards is the applicant, they own the board, Denny's is the property owner, and they lease the space to them.
Okay, I got you. Just want to understand that. Two, my boards don't allow strip clubs either, so I'm not sure where you got your info of they're the only billboard company that doesn't allow strip clubs to advertise on there. That's
Okay,
not
I
accurate.
apologize.
No problem. Are you going to do, right now, this is a south-facing board, so it's facing the stratosphere.
Right.
And are you looking to do both sides, make it a north face and a south face boards? So it'll be both sides?
It would be both sides.
Electronic, okay. And I think that's all I have, I think, for right now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I haven't done the public comment yet, so anyone wishing to comment on agenda item 63? Hearing and seeing none, let's turn over to online.
Thank you. Thanks. We have a comment from Farshad Ashari. He states, "This is not safe and takes away from all the safety measures the city is currently adding. It will not attract visitors." And Stephen Ashari stated that they're in protest. And then we have an email from Sean Ashari. So those are 3 different Asharis. Hello, my name is Sean, and I'm the property owner across the street at 1809 South Las Vegas Boulevard. I'm writing to voice my opposition for the proposed billboard. This billboard sits at the intersection of Las Vegas Boulevard and South Main Street. The intersection is the gateway to the city of Las Vegas and a very busy intersection for the city. As a result, the city of Las Vegas has invested a tremendous amount of money in improvements, and some of those improvements are still in progress in order to revitalize the area with the end goal of attracting more visitors. These improvements are located right by this intersection since it is the gateway to the city, which includes the Las Vegas Arch and the Welcome to City of Las Vegas Showgirls, located just south of the billboard. In anticipation of more visitors passing through the intersection due to these improvements, the city is in the process of doing street improvements as well as adding 2 additional crosswalks immediately adjacent to the property to improve walkability and to make it safe for the visitors. I invested a lot of money in the city and in the Gateway Corridor because I believe in the same vision that the city has and the potential of this area. This billboard defeats the purpose of all the efforts the city and private investors have been doing to make this area a safer and therefore more attractive destination for visitors to come. The LED advertising display will distract visitors walking and driving to the area, undermining all the safety measures being added in place. If you look up all the traffic accidents recorded on the intersection, you will see it is one of the highest in the entire city, which is why the city implemented the safe measures like the crosswalks in the first place. The existing billboard variance was approved back in 1984, and the city of Las Vegas and its vision for the area has changed significantly since then. Who would have known back in 1984 what improvements and vision the city has today for the area? I am confident that if this billboard was not currently existing and the developer submitted for the variance today, the variance would not be approved as it does not align with the objectives of the city. Therefore, why intensify the billboard now by adding a double-faced LED display? Please, let's continue to work to revitalize downtown and make it more safe for visitors to walk and drive, not approve projects like this that will deter us from doing this. Thank you, Sean Ashori. And that's it.
Thank you. Back to you one more time, Mr. Summerfield. In the design of this LED billboard, 2-sided, the height that is there by that pole that's the height.
Correct.
Addition, and then the dimension of the new sign that's LED, what is that?
So it will, and Lucy will correct me if I misstate this, but it will exactly replace the dimensions that are currently there. Now, this isn't a double-sided sign at the moment, but in terms of length and width and height, it will exactly replace that dimensionality with basically the LED screens. So it would come out a little bit on the north side of this pole to handle the new screen unit that'll be on that side, because you don't have a surface on that side, but beyond that, whatever that little bit of width that'll project a little further on the north side of the pole, it will be those exact same dimensions.
Okay, thank you. Right. And the shape is different, obviously, it will square out.
Well, it'll be thicker, it'll be thicker, but, they could put another face on that billboard and it would just be static. And the difference with regard to safety, the city allows you to put 6-second displays. They do 10-second displays. So they don't do it as quickly and the display stays up longer, whereas if it's static, it just stays there till it's taken down and replaced.
Okay. Any other comments, Councilman Knutson?
Ms. Stewart, thanks. I'm just curious, what would happen if it wasn't approved today? What would happen with the sign?
It would stay a static sign.
Okay.
And does that light up at night?
They have the spotlights on them.
But it doesn't, the
Doesn't
word
flash.
Denny's doesn't, even solid, come on. Is that a lighted sign?
Well, it's a billboard, so it's highlighted so you can see it at night.
Okay.
Right, but it's not backlit, so, and again, with electronic, it would have a dimmer on it, and usually at night, they go down to 5 to 8%. They're really low, because it's on a bright day that they need to be bright.
Okay. Could we see one more time, looking from the south north, how it looks on the south side of, yes. So that dimension and that location and that size pole will remain, as is there visually. It doesn't get a big fat pole like we have on the other sign that's closer to the showgirls.
No, the only difference would be that, of course, with working with, as a condition, we agreed to that they want some sort of LED light articulation on pole, and staff's asked that they be the ones that review it prior to anything being placed on there. And if that's a condition you don't like, you can, of course, take that off, too.
Madam Mayor, to your question, the Denny sign does light up at night, though.
The Denny sign.
freestanding Denny sign does light up. And then in this picture, you can see where the existing 4 uplighting elements are on the bottom of the billboard face, just above the catwalk.
And was any other location for that signage inquired about?
Again, this is an existing sign that was received as the person who made the public comment received a variance quite some time ago to be at this height, at this location when it was approved. There's no conversation about moving the sign. I don't believe that entered into the conversations at all on this request.
Okay. And the black building to the east, what's that? With the 3 palm trees, do you know what that is?
Stand by one second, I'll look and see if I have that.
Isn't it, just north of that, isn't that where the IHOP is now?
I think that's the new IHOP.
Or is that the new IHOP? And so its sign there, how big does that look? And is that an LED multi-flashing light as well?
Yeah, so again, the IHOP sign is in the byway and does meet the byway standards. So it's an illuminated sign, I believe.
What's the difference?
This is an off-premise sign that's not supposed to be on the byway at all. Under the current rules, again, it predates the byway designation, but under the current rules, you would not be able to get a new freestanding off-premise sign. So that's the, staff would not recommend approval of one. I believe there's always a process. But under the current rules, you wouldn't be, this sign as it sits today would not be something that would be approached to come in as a new sign. It's an existing sign that they're looking to upgrade.
Okay. And over there by that little car between the 2 light pole, well, the light pole on the west, that's the new IHOP, and its sign is approximately the same size. Is it on the building? Is it set back? I can't remember what it looks like.
Unfortunately, I can't remember exactly the details. I do know that it's illuminated. I do recall that there was a lot of back and forth on exactly what that sign would entail and how big it would be. I do not recall the exact details of how big and how many signs, because I think they have a freestanding sign and then they have a building sign, but again, I apologize, I just don't remember the specifics.
Would you like us to hold this and go out and take some pictures? So you can orient a little bit better? Would that be helpful?
Well, I'm going to defer it over to Councilwoman Diaz and let her make that decision. I just,
Mayor.
I hear, yes.
Just for clarity, this is a bulletin billboard, 14 by 48, that's probably standing 30 feet tall, and that is allowed to advertise third-party vendors. So Denny's, Downtown Grand, Pepsi, Cola. Normally on like an IHOP sign, if they do have a sign, they're only smaller signs. It won't be a huge billboard, and they're only allowed to advertise their own products as well. So, $9.99 breakfast special, whatever it is, goes on that signage. But this is a full-fledged billboard that you would see anywhere around the country, which is completely, totally different aspects of, so there is really no comparison between the two, just FYI.
Well, and two, I mean, just looking at it, I'm not saying I'm against it, but I'm not saying I'm for it yet, because I really am trying to envision what it looks like with IHOP, but also, too, with your flashing in for 10 seconds, constantly changing, and I'm coming down Las Vegas Boulevard, and I love Denny's, so I'm looking for Denny's. I want to see your sign, but I'm not sure I want to see artists changing every 10 seconds or something else, even if it's the benevolency of the owners, which I think is lovely. That is distracting to me, because I do want to get drawn into the city, which is why I think we put the arch up and why we put the showgirls up. So a flashing something right in that visual space, to me, gives me, and as I say, I'm not sure which way I want to go with it, so maybe the pictures, but I would defer, because I'd love to hear what anybody else feels about this.
And again, if it is helpful, we'll be happy to hold and come back with pictures, especially at night, which I think is where you really see
Yes.
the lights.
Yeah.
Right, we'll be happy to do that.
But I defer. Well, I mean, to me, I'm not convinced, and I know, having spoken with Mr. Cervantes so many times about the showgirl sign, and then so upset about the advertising from the Grand until it came up with its obvious support of the showgirls and still welcoming. It keeps you going with that feeling that you're coming into downtown. So when you have more flashing of something different, it takes you away from all of that. So maybe, but go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I will defer to you if you want to hold it in abeyance. I've been thinking long and hard about this one. I know that initially my residents, my constituents, weren't enamored with this coming through Planning Commission. They reached out, they held meetings with Lucy and her team. What I'm thinking right now is, if we deny it, it's already there. This sign, the decision to let it be there was already made predating me. What really is on the table is, do we allow them to modernize the sign? So by us voting it down today doesn't mean that sign is going to go away and that scenic byway will be there. And just to be fair, I mean, we have our own city digital signs that are adjacent to freeways and adjacent to other things that switch too, and I don't feel like I'm distracted. I think that whatever the driver and the passengers are really wanting to focus on their ride, they're going to see. And I think that that's more increasingly the truth. When I see my son handling 3 different media at one time, it blows my mind away. He's watching the TV, watching his Switch, and into a phone all at the same time. Not saying that I'm advocating that that's what our drivers do, but I know that also the way that our youth are engaged into things is changing too. And our way is, I'm still paper pencil. I'm still very much in class kind of person. Virtual would probably not be something that I love, but the reality is the times are changing. Our youth are growing up, and the way we're attracted to things is morphing. And so I think the real decision is, do we let them proceed to modernize the sign, or do they just keep it as is? And I think that maybe it being right across from the showgirls, it would look better if it's newer and nicer with the upgrades. I do know that there's concerns about lighting pollution, making sure that during the nighttime The lights are dimmed. It's not interfering with the residents in the neighborhood in terms of it being super bright, that it's causing a disturbance into the nearby residential areas. But this is not an easy decision by no means, just by intents and purposes that it sits on Las Vegas Boulevard. So I'm just trying to see and gauge from you all what decision you're comfortable with, but I would just rather see something that does help our arts district, that does help our artists, that does help promote a little bit more of what's beyond that sign. But I'm all ears to hear from you all.
Well, the only thing I would maybe suggest, since you've offered, and whether we can get it on the agenda, if you can get the pictures and even something, a moving, whatever, articulation. Today, you can do anything with Photoshop and everything, that what it would look like there and flashing, and then in the area, all at night.
Okay.
You're absolutely right.
Let me see what we can do.
And bring it back to us, but I don't want to interfere if Councilwoman Diaz is inclined because of the impact and information she's gotten from the neighborhood and from, did we ever hear anything? Does the Strat do they care or not?
I'm not aware of, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of any comments that were made by the Strat or any of the other area businesses. I'm familiar with the resident concerns that did reach out to the councilwoman and did reach out to planning and the planning commission, but I'm not aware of any.
So let's, can we, if it's all right with everybody, Councilman Carrera?
Yeah, I just want to make one more comment, if you don't mind. In the past, we've looked at, it's called lumens and how bright the signs are, and we've placed conditions on them similar to the Rampart Casino on Summerlin Parkway.
Oh,
There's a lumen limitation on how bright you can make it at night, if that's a concern. This board is a good board because of the fact, one, it's right by the stop sign in front of the Strat, and that makes it a good board. And all the people drive by, their main clientele is going to be people who are stopped at that light and looking up there for that 10-second rotation. And so keep that in mind. I'm supportive of whatever Councilwoman Diaz wants to do, but I can say that electronic boards are nothing new. They're all over the world. We have them on I-15. We have them at the airport corridor. They're part of the nomenclature of out-of-home advertising, it's called. So just FYI, as you guys move forward, it's not like it's, I know that, it was another concern too, keep in mind that when they did the rebrand of the Strat, the historic preservation and people who live there, who lived on the east side of it, had concerns even with the Strat about putting their electronic signs on the outside of it, right? Because they were saying it's going to be too bright, what have you. Another thing to take in consideration, it's Las Vegas Boulevard, all right? It's not like it's in a McNeil Estates. It's Las Vegas Boulevard. It's on the Strip. If there's a place that's good for it, around the airport, Las Vegas Boulevard is a solid spot for it. Thanks.
And when you said Assemblywoman Swank, I look at that and know everything from the Boneyard collecting old signs, historic Las Vegas. That's historic Las Vegas. It's emblazoned. I've been here 50-some years, and it was always Denny's looking like that, not going new and modern with the flashing. And then it's everything. Once it's flashing, it's just like everything else. It's not unique unto themselves, and that's their logo. So I would love to see it come back and see how it interferes, unless there's an overwhelming passion. And Councilwoman Fiore, please.
Thanks. Depending upon what Councilwoman Diaz is going to do, I support her decision today. If we are going to obey it, and if you're going to bring photos forward, if you could actually have your photographer take a photo from a distance from our showgirls, right? Because I think it sits right between our showgirls, and it would be nice to see what the effect is on our city showgirls with the lights. So if, instead of just, because like right now, I just see this, the photo that I'm looking at doesn't really give me the sense of the whole picture. So if you could include that in your photo, that would be nice to see with it illuminated, with our showgirls, with our showgirl lights, and that light, is it overbearing? Kind of, yeah, thanks.
Okay, I think I understand. I don't know if that's in my skill set, but I'm hoping it's in the billboard company's skill set.
For the photographer.
Yeah.
Okay, back to you, and whatever you do.
All right, in light of my colleagues and the mayor wanting to see more of how does the sign interplay with already iconic city showgirls, and the arch, I think, is another thing that a lot of people are thinking about that's being built, the gateway to the city. If we could get those visual representations in, and Lucy, you tell me, to the next meeting, is that enough time for your team to turn around, or do you want to hold it in abeyance for 30 days? I don't want to give you less time than you need to get us the pictorial representations.
It would probably be safe to do it 30 days, just because I don't know. Honestly, it's not my skill set, so I don't know how long that takes. I mean, probably a graphic artist, it takes no time. For me, I would be lost. So,
Okay, so.
yeah.
Councilwoman, do you want to see both sides of the sign, or just
Yes, could we, both orientations, both heading
Sure.
south and north, so that we can clearly see how the upgrade will look once concluded? Okay?
Great.
So that's my motion to obey this item for 30 days, so that we can get
October
those
21st.
October 21?
Perfect.
Thank you, and not to create problems, thank you, Councilwoman. I just think, and I'd love to make sure they get the IHOP at night, too.
Okay.
And then, but keep in mind, this is definitely an iconic save. We're always saving signs and not just, we blow everything up. But that's Denny's. That's really Denny's. Anybody knows it anywhere in the world.
Right.
So, okay, thank you
thank you
very
very
much.
much.
There's a motion then? Okay, to obey to the 21st. So, thank
you very
you
much.
so much, and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we're on to agenda item 64, and that is reports and presentations. Report by Greg Wetzel, Director, Department of Parks, Recreation, Marisha M. Baca, Executive Director, Get Outdoors Nevada, on the volunteer activities of Las Vegas Healing Garden and a new Volunteers in the Park VIP initiative, which is a new engagement program of volunteers in parks through the City of Las Vegas Park System Awards. Hi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Greg Weitzel, Director, Department of Parks and Recreation, City of Las Vegas. Joining me today is Mauricia Baca, Executive Director of Get Outdoors Nevada.
Hi, Mayor.
We're here to provide a brief update on plans for the October 1st Remembrance Ceremony, the Las Vegas Healing Garden project, and other volunteer activities in the Parks and Recreation system. On Thursday, October 1st, the Healing Garden will open to the public at 6 a.m. City staff and volunteers from GONE will be on site to assist visitors throughout the day. The garden will then close to the public at 8 p.m. to allow for setup. The ceremony will begin at 10:05 p.m. with Mayor Goodman and Director Riggleman reading names, along with the lighting of 58 candles. Las Vegas Fire and Rescue will toll a bell as the names are read. In compliance with the governor's directive, the ceremony will be limited to 50 people, which will only include invited family members, city representatives, and the media. For those not able to attend, the ceremony will be streamed live on KSNV Channel 3's website and the city's KCLV Channel 2 and the city's social media sites. We encourage anyone attending virtually to light a candle in remembrance of the victims at the same time we are lighting the 58 candles and reading the names. The Las Vegas Healing Garden was started by an incredible group of volunteers and businesses who came together to build a special place. We want to make sure that the garden is well cared for now and into the future. The Department of Parks and Recreation will now oversee day-to-day maintenance and operations of the garden, which will include a level 1 standard of service and also incorporates new smart park technology. Get Outdoors Nevada will continue to assist with the Healing Garden Committee, volunteer coordination, special events, and fundraising. Now, It's my pleasure to introduce a great city partner, Mauricia Baca, Executive Director of Get Outdoors Nevada.
And if I might, before you speak, and hi, Marisha, nice to see you, and thank you for everything. I had inquired of Brian Scott about outside the fence that is around the Healing Garden, so if you could just make comment to that for those who are listening about attendance. It's a little bit expanded from what you read, Mr. Wetzel.
Mayor, City Attorney Brian Scott for the record. I know that we had discussed this with the Communications Department, Jace Radke and David Riggleman. With regard to that, I know that they're going to be, we checked with the governor's office, or excuse me, with the Attorney General's office. We ran the plan past them and they okayed it with regard to the fact there are going to be 50 people within the Healing Garden itself. Everyone will be wearing masks. But outside of the gate, I don't believe that we have a plan as of yet in terms of that. We haven't put together a plan B with regard to anyone outside the Healing Garden. We'd prefer that they not be gathered outside, but if we do happen to have some people that are gathered outside, they'll be required to wear masks as well as socially distance.
Okay, so it was beyond the perimeter of the garden, you know, up and down Casino Center or out in the area that's being updated, that they abide by the same standards. They have to be 6 feet apart and wear your mask, and that was all. But there could be room for others to attend should they want to. But once the limit's set within the garden, that's it for within the garden, but not in the exterior. So, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to be joining Greg Weitzel here, and it's always an honor to be a partner with the City of Las Vegas, and of course, an incredible honor to be working with the Las Vegas Community Healing Garden. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a background about the Healing Garden. I know many of you are aware of the history, and then we're going to come into some of our new partnerships. Here are images of the very early days of the garden. I know some, and Tom Perigo was out there at the very early days. Many of you were. The idea of it is to celebrate life, beauty, love and compassion, choosing love over fear, life over death, hope over despair, and helping each other heal. And of course, the origin story of the Healing Garden is one of those incredible stories where the morning after the horrible events of October 1, I still get chills just thinking about it, Jay Plegancool and Daniel Perez were literally sitting and thinking about what could they do. And here in this image, you have the napkin where they literally just sketched a garden and imagined this idea of 58 trees and a place where we could forever remember those who were lost that night. You know, the entire city, so many of us were in trauma that day and thinking about what they could do. And an incredible group of people came together, many of whom are still part of the Las Vegas Healing Garden Committee. And astonishingly, within a week, that the Healing Garden was a reality. So you had incredible people, hundreds of volunteers that just came by, people like, such as this beautiful nurse pictured here, and incredible folks who were doing just wonderful work. Story that Tom Perigo had, a woman with a pair of high heels on and a bag, who just flipped the bag over her shoulder and started moving things and just pitching in. It's just an incredible story, I think, about our community. We also had family members and survivors and caring members who came together and created beautiful tiles, many of which we've continued to store, and we look forward to actually adding to the new enclosure that's being completed around the wall. Beautiful tiles that tell such an incredible story. And of course, our very first remembrance, it's an event and a remembrance that none of us would like to have, but we remember that day when we came together and began this tradition of lighting the candles and reading the names and tolling the memory. In that first year afterwards, we also began with lighting that tree of life, which was such a special thing, and to add some light to the dark winter hours and the sadness that so many of us had, and we continue to follow that tradition. We'll be doing that again this year. One of the first orders of business for the Las Vegas Healing Garden Committee was to replace the beautiful original remembrance wall, which is made out of wooden pallets. As many of us know, those wooden pallets are beautiful, but they were never going to be able to survive long-term. And so Jay Plegencool created this beautiful design, and we were able to work with an incredible, I think, again, it tells the story of our community. This is a long list of people that came together, and with over $300,000 in funds and in-kind donations, made it possible for a new remembrance wall made of Corten steel to actually be completed by the next remembrance. It was a bit tense. I remember literally up until the night before putting those final touches on, but it's just an incredible story of the community coming together. This story of the first year is also commemorated in Healing Las Vegas, another story of partnership where we had professors from UNLV, volunteers coming together to help collect the stories and to put together this book, Healing Las Vegas, which is now also being sold through Amazon and by Get Outdoors Nevada, and proceeds of which go towards the garden to assist in costs with the garden. We've recently, through our partnership with the city, completed an interpretive sign that welcomes people as they come to the garden. Many of us may be surprised that people come up to the garden and aren't aware why it's there. We saw people come and wonder what was happening, what this place was. This sign allows them an introduction, and so as they walk into the garden and they come towards the grassy area, they see this sign, they learn about why the garden is there, and then they continue on towards the remembrance wall, understanding what they're about to approach. And again, it's a story of volunteers. Nothing like this happens without incredible human beings. So almost 800 volunteers have put in over 16,000, almost 17,000, and it mounts every day, volunteer hours, which I think there's a dollar value attached, but the value is inestimable. It really is what these people put together. Even in the hottest parts of the summer, pictured here, are Sue Ann Cornwall, and we have in the back Sue Ann Cornwall and Eddie Schmitz. Right, there they are. Aha, they're sitting down, which they don't do very often. But they literally put in thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. And the beautiful designs of these trellises that Sue Ann Cornwall designed, she and Eddie have been out there for a countless amount of time. They have counted it, and it's a bit astounding. And they have their other volunteers who've assisted: Alexa Penny, Jason Penny, Erica Kohler, Bridget Jeffries, Susan Penrod, and Alicia Wright Merkel. And again, they were out there in just blazing heat. And it's a story of people who really care, and they give back. Phase 2 of adjacent to our healing garden is a new storytelling garden, which the city has again come in to help create a place of contemplation, a place of quiet, a place of peace, and a place that invites a different type of engagement, because the healing garden is in many ways a sacred space with those 58 trees. And so the storytelling garden allows for a slightly different type of use that maybe you wouldn't have at the healing garden. But in a place like downtown where we have a lack of those open space and parks, I think it's going to be a wonderful amenity. I'll turn it over to Greg Weitzel.
Greg Weitzel, Director of Parks and Recreation. The Phase 2 Storytelling Garden project began in January of 2020 with 100% project completion by January of 2021. The project cost was approximately $940,000 with funds coming from the city's capital improvement fund. The Storytelling Garden is a public space for rest and reflection and includes park amenities and seating areas, a trellis-covered walkway, fencing, and new landscaping. The project also includes several community garden beds and a small urban orchard with apple trees, almonds, peaches, and a fig tree that volunteers will help maintain and donate to needy causes. In partnership with UNLV, we're also excited for plans that are underway to install this year's Student Project Solar House at the site. And this will serve as a volunteer building and potential visitor center in the future. Back to you, Mauricia.
Thank you, Greg. So, Get Outdoors Nevada. For us, our story is a story of partnership and volunteers. The city of Las Vegas was actually our very first partner in launching a volunteer program. And it's grown significantly, which is very exciting for me. As you see on that bar graph, there's a very small little line in 2012. it shot up coming towards 2019. I have an amazing team of just fabulous people who somehow magically carried out 122 volunteer events last year. And that is totally separate, actually, from the incredible volunteers at the Healing Garden. So we've been honored to be able to contribute over 42,000 hours with incredible community members who come out to help our parks and trails. And also honored to see this relationship that began with the city now come full circle to enter into a project with the City of Las Vegas for a more focused effort that'll be specifically for City of Las Vegas parks.
Working in cooperation with GOND, we've developed a new Volunteers in the Parks program, or VIP program. The importance of our parks and trails have become very evident during this pandemic, and our residents love their parks and trails, and for a myriad of benefits as well. And many of them want to volunteer and give back to our community. With the VIP program, our volunteers will be treated as the very important people they are. We need their help to keep our parks clean, safe, and secure. The purpose of the program is to organize and communicate a close-to-home volunteer project that will help build ownership in their local parks. The VIP program will engage residents in a minimum of 2 volunteer events annually per ward. Some of those events will include park cleanups, tree plantings, graffiti removal, mural touch-ups, park landscaping improvements, and community build projects.
So Get Outdoors Nevada has already begun meeting with some council members, and we look forward to meeting with the full council so that we can give you briefings about what we're looking at and choose projects that make sense for each council member. And we'll be maintaining a database of the volunteers who specifically engage in this program so that we can help with a continued outreach. And we're excited to be part of this. We're also going to be sure that, of course, it's noted here, volunteers are priceless. There really is no value. Whatever dollar value they place on a volunteer hour, it's 50 million times higher, because you have these people who love their parks and who love the place that they're attached to, and such as with Eddie Schmitz and with Sue Ann Cornwell, who come out. So we're going to be, oh gosh, I over-clicked. Thank you. All right. Can we do that? No, we can't do that. Oh. Okay. Well, I also wanted to highlight that among the things that we're going to be doing for recognition is, for instance, we're registered as an organization that's able to nominate and to then give people the presidential recognition for award hours. So Sue Ann Cornwell and Eddie Schmitz, I'm nominating you for that recognition. You may or may not know that, but you're going to have to accept it because you guys have put in hundreds of hours. But that's just one of the ways. And of course, we'll be providing our very important volunteers, our VIPs, with T-shirts as they go out into the parks. And in any way that we can, when we're able to, we like to gather people as well and celebrate them in person. And we're looking forward to being able to do that again sometime.
Lovely. I'm wondering, I see Dr. Hibbler back there. Does the Mayor's Fund have a funnel for Get Outdoors Nevada? And my sense is I'm always looking to celebrate somebody's birthday, anniversary, or sadly the loss of someone by planting a tree, which has greened all of Israel. It's called Tu B'Shvat, and a place where donations could be sent and a stone put with the tree elsewhere. But if that comes from Get Outdoors Nevada or through the Mayor's Fund.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. We work closely with Mauricia, and we do have the Community Healing Fund that does take in donations, and then those donations are kept on hand for the Healing Garden.
Dr. Hibbler, could you say your name for the record?
Thank you. Lisa Morris-Sibler, Chief Community Services Officer. Thank you.
Well, I would like to see a designation developed at a particular park or a garden somewhere where we put a concentrated effort into funding trees, the right kind of trees, and the water that has to get to them, where then those who send in a donation can sort of own it with a recognition who cares, for Councilwoman Diaz's birthday tomorrow, that we send in a donation to buy a tree and have it at such and such a place. So if something could be developed, and I don't know, Mr. Scott, I know we're not allowed to fundraise, but that type
Mayor,
of
as long as we don't make direct solicitations and make it open to the public, we're okay.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, we do have a Greg Weitzel, Director, Parks and
sorry.
Recreation.
And there's so many men here.
No,
I don't
no
know
problem.
which voice and where's.
We do currently have a memorial tree program in the Department of Parks and Recreation that people can contact us. As far as if they want to give donations to the Mayor's Fund, they can do that as well.
And I would like it specific, because if I give a donation, I don't trust, I don't trust the city, of course I do, but I have seen this happen before. You make a donation, you never see it again, you have no idea, and was in fact a tree planted. So I know a lot of private entities and schools and universities capitalize on that, and since we need trees for gardens that are appropriate, let's make, if we can, get more specific to it. So we can do that. I mean, I think there are a lot of people that have too much stuff, and how nice to help everybody by planting a tree or a bush or
Absolutely.
whatever.
And Mayor, for the record, Lisa Morris-Hibler, certainly we'll work with both Mauricia and Director Weitzel on that, and we can make that happen.
Great. Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And so do we, the report, do you want us to make a motion to?
No approval, just if there's any questions, we're here to answer.
Comments, questions? Yes, Councilwoman, please.
I just want to thank you both so much. I know you came to the city with, running, because there's so much to do, and you're doing an incredible job, and I'm very grateful that you're here with us. And Mauricia, I'm pretty biased to you. I mean, all the things that you do, and all the things you do in all of our wards, especially in Ward 6 with all the cleanups, and I just want to thank you both from the bottom of my heart on everything you're doing for all of the Nevadans.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Excellent. I think that praise comes from everybody. There's just no question.
Thank you.
Unique and wonderful, and we are glad you joined us, and we're glad that you have stepped from the small little unit you started several years back for the trails, I think it was, way back, to coming and further. Yes, Councilwoman, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I am so
No, go ahead.
fortunate to have the Healing Garden as part of my ward, and I am so grateful to Eddie and Sue Ann for all of their dedication to keeping a close eye on our garden, being very, very helpful, and keeping us informed of things that are popping up at the garden that we need to be right there taking care of immediately. So I want you to know that I consider you our angels here, watching out for those 58 souls that are that we are honoring and remembering through that sanctuary of the Healing Garden. And I look forward to us continuing to collaborate and work together. And I really value you taking the time to come and see me and keep me apprised and abreast of all the efforts and everything that's happening on the ground. So hopefully one day we'll be able, when we have ceremonials, to bring you back and honor you for all of this work, because I think it's long overdue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam
Wonderful.
Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Looks beautiful. Okay, our agenda item 66, Mr. Adams.
Good afternoon, Scott Adams, City Manager. What I'm going to be doing, and I'll try to make this brief, is give you a quick overview of the findings of the AB 73 Working Group to address homelessness. If you remember, going back to the last legislative session, the City of Las Vegas introduced a BDR that became a bill titled AB 73, which addressed homelessness, and in particular, funding for homelessness. While we were not successful in getting funding, a dedicated funding stream for homelessness, the bill culminated in the establishment of a working group to study the issue and bring up back a report to the next legislative session to address the issues of homelessness. So it really was about exploring methods to reduce homelessness, as well as identifying sources of funding to implement those methods. The working group, and this is very small print here, but the working group basically had representatives from each of the jurisdictions in Southern Nevada, as well as a number of providers. I have been in communication with Deacon Tom Roberts of Catholic Charities. Deacon Tom wanted to express his thanks to you for you appointing him to the committee, and I would like to thank Deacon Tom for his serving on the committee, because Catholic Charities was an active participant on the committee and in the process. The report, and you have a full copy of the report, I think it's 111 pages or so long in your backup to the agenda item. The report provides recommendations in 6 categorical areas: regional oversight, housing, behavioral health services and intensive case management, coordination of data, prevention, intervention, and affordable housing development incentives. I am remiss also in not thanking our staff, our community services staff and our legislative services staff. Both were very engaged with the committee at a technical level and helping provide information to the committee, and then also in the tail end and doing a lot of the heavy lifting and reviewing the drafting and finalization of the final report. So I want to thank our staff for their engagement on the process as well. So what I'm going to do is go over, just touch on each of these 6 areas in terms of the general recommendations that were provided in the report.
Could I ask you a question? How many times did you meet? I remember it came out of the last legislature to create another committee to look at this, and knowing that and it was due October 1, as I believe.
It is.
On the desk of that legislator.
So there was
Many meetings.
if you remember, Shawnee Coleman, before she went to the county, was our original designee.
Right.
I replaced her through your appointment. I felt it strongly because Yolanda King was on the committee, that her counterparts be on it, and so I went on it as well and became the vice chair. Outside the pandemic, we were meeting every 2 weeks, twice a month.
Starting in April?
I believe so. It's been quite a while.
Okay.
Probably a year and a half ago, a year ago.
6 months, 8 months?
12 meetings? Okay, 12 months. So it was a lot of work, and the committee heard a lot of testimony from different groups, different state-level groups, providers, mental health providers, a whole range of input was provided to the committee. In the area of regional oversight, I think the primary issue here, and I'm just going to highlight some of the key recommendations, is to establish a regional homeless coordinator to oversee a newly established regional oversight body to consist of local governments, service providers, and private sector entities. Initially, this really just read to have a regional coordinator, and I insisted that we also include the concept of a regional public-private partnership. I think this is borne out in the best practices work that we've done in a number of cities around the U.S., where we've seen where it's done well, it's done through a really strong regional public-private partnership. So I think that's the gist of the recommendation here, is that we really need to start looking at a regional partnership and leveraging other public-private partnerships to solve the issue of homelessness. There's a lot of discussion about housing. Housing first is really the primary strategy for dealing with homelessness. But I would point out here that there is a deficiency of over 78,000 rental units for low-income persons in Southern Nevada. Now, if you take an average unit cost of $100,000, and I'm just doing this on the back of a napkin, that's almost an $8 billion need for housing for low-income persons. And when you break that down into the needs for homelessness, you see at the very bottom here, there is a wide range of types of housing needed to address the needs of the homeless population. Everything from emergency shelters, which is the traditional shelters we think of at Catholic Charities and otherwise, all the way through permanent supportive housing, and then a number of different types of housing in between, depending on where you are as an individual in terms of what your personal plight is relative to homelessness. And then a lot of the rest of the recommendations in housing deal with various aspects with each of those types and how to provide more affordable housing. The other area that we really focused on was behavioral health services. I think that was in recognition of the fact that in our homeless population, we find a significant portion of the population experiencing behavioral or mental health issues. And so there was a strong embracement of the need to create more funding, better reimbursement, and more creative ways to explore how to integrate behavioral health services with housing and to the homeless population. And I think a lot of the recommendations there deal with each of those issues. For example, number one, maximizing Medicaid reimbursement rates to attract more behavioral health professionals. I think that was the other piece, was that we just don't have enough of those, which is why as a city we've been pushing hard on federally qualified health centers to expand the reach and availability of Medicaid eligible or Medicaid driven health centers to include mental health. And again, a lot of this goes on to talk about more partnerships and more state and federal reimbursement programming for funding of behavioral health services. Coordination of data was a big one. Really tied to, there was a lot of discussion about the current homeless management information system, which is an acronym of HMIS. It's a system that all the providers plug into that actually helps track where a homeless person is in the system of homeless services. But I think what we discovered is it's not as well coordinated as it could be, nor does everybody participate in the HMIS system. For example, a number of our public safety functions do not enter data into the HMIS system. And that's really important in that 20% of the flow through our court system and into our jail are homeless individuals. In the area of prevention and intervention, I think there was a lot of discussion about that, and that is really to try to nip the issue in the bud before a person gets homeless, is really work hard on the front end of the problem to avoid households and persons becoming homeless. And so there was a whole range of recommendations dealing with how do we provide diversion, how do we do things that actually keep people from hitting the streets. And then finally there was, and this doesn't really overlap, it overlaps a little, but it is discretely different from housing in general in terms of meeting the needs of homelessness, providing affordable housing development incentives. One of the things that we know we're aware of is that affordable housing is becoming an increasing problem in Southern Nevada. And I'll say, we did identify during this process that with the pandemic, we expect to see a significant spike over the next 6 to 12 months in homelessness due to all the impacts that we're seeing to households in Southern Nevada. So this recognizes that if we can build more affordable housing that's within the financial reach of our lower and moderate income households in Southern Nevada, we might do a better job in avoiding persons going homeless. It is much easier to fall off the housing ladder when you have higher rents than it is if you can build more low and moderate income affordable housing. They're going to be able to stay housed easier if they can afford the housing they're in. And so that was a lot of the discussion and recommendations around that area. And then, and so there were more of those as well, dealing with tax breaks, partnerships. I think the one thing that we discussed and we've learned when we've looked at other communities is we're just scratching the surface on building public-private partnerships to build affordable housing here in Southern Nevada. That is sort of the outgrowth of being such sort of a newbie metropolitan area. When you look at some of the communities that we visited that have been in this space for maybe 100 years, they built the kinds of institutions that it takes in partnerships to do a better job of building affordable housing. And then finally, and this is where we come full circle back to our AB 73 and the efforts the city made, which is identifying potential funding sources to reduce homelessness. So the working group suggested a number of key areas. One is to maximize federal, state, and local funding to build provider capacity, legislative action to establish enabling language to support local government funding opportunities to support program and services to reduce homelessness, legislative action to identify a dedicated tax source to fund homelessness, impose a tax or fee on new housing development, construction similar to the residential construction tax. Now, these last two that I mentioned, we built into the AB 73 that we took up to the legislature. So this is where we kind of come full circle back to the city again, of really reiterating what we had originally put in the bill from day one. And then finally, and this is a little more controversial, that made it in at the tail end, which is to impose a tax or fee on professional sporting events. The idea here is, we're really not saying any one of these be done. It's really for the legislature to explore these, really start to identify dedicated funding sources to reduce homelessness. The magnitude of the problem, if you annualize it, the expense is in the $200 million plus range. We're spending as a region right now just a bit over $70 million on homelessness, but there's a gap of additional funding need of around $200 million. And that was pre-pandemic. As we go into the pandemic and we start to see what the impacts might be coming out in the next 6 to 12 months, that gap might get a little bit bigger. So what are the next steps? The intent was for each jurisdiction, if go back to that one of those original slides, each of the jurisdictions in Southern Nevada had representation on the committee. They go back to their local governing bodies for consideration of adoption of the report through a public meeting process, which we're doing today. So our recommendation to you is to approve this report so that we can get it back to the county for submission to the legislative committee in time to make the deadline of October 1st and be considered in the upcoming legislative session. And that's where we're at today. It's a very comprehensive report. If you had any specific questions, I'm hoping Kathy can answer those because she did and her team did a lot of the heavy lifting on helping put it together with the other staff from the other jurisdictions. So with that, that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I remember when this came about, and I thought to myself, we had already come up with the funding ideas and how to do it, and since the lion's share of the homeless were either in the heart of the city or coming into the heart of the city, sort of felt we'd been doing this the whole time, looking for funding. Always there's funding, how do you pay for it? And then to have another committee come up and be requested to articulate it, it was my feeling that, oh my goodness, everybody's working so hard on helping the homeless and addressing it. Don't take our people away from the jobs they're needed to do every day with another committee and another report and another binder. But knowing you and knowing our staff, the efforts you've put forth into this that has articulated it into a final report saying everything, much of which we already knew, and some of it we may not agree with, to tax this or tax that, but specifically to be able to make the deadline. So for all that you do, and knowing the home of the homeless has been the city of Las Vegas all this time, I think your efforts and your staff, Mr. Adams, has been unbelievable. Lisa Morris-Hibbler certainly, and Kathy Thomas, and your team's just incredible to report this. So, you know, I know committees take people away from work for which they're hired as a professional because of their expertise, their experience, and their education. So with caution, as we went forward, and as you said, Shawnee Coleman, who was with us and had been in EUD, I believe, but then moved over into government affairs, was the logical person to attend another meeting. And so that we have this, again, we're at the same part, where's the
Madam Mayor, if I could just add two more comments. One is the difference between then and now is this time around, we go forward to the legislature, hopefully with the support of all the jurisdictions of Southern Nevada. Now, to the extent to which they all go to work and help get something through the legislature is yet to be seen. And that's the other comment. We're, you know, and if you go back to that last slide where we look at all those funding recommendations, those will compete in the legislative process with the state and everybody else for badly needed funding for general government. So the question still will remain, can you get on any of these dedicated funding sources given the serious needs to shore up the state and local budgets just to handle general purpose government? So it'll be interesting to see whether homelessness rises as a priority in the session to warrant consideration of a dedicated funding stream.
Right, and again, too, because it only meets every other year, we're going to have to wait 2 more years to get any of the funds that are allocated, and do they go to education, CCSD, I mean, there's so many issues, but the thing I constantly recall hearing with many, many conversations with Dr. Hibbler and Kathy Thomas, that as many types of individuals are in the homeless population, there are that many types of problems they experience. And you cannot put a homeless person in a residence unless they're ready to understand what the obligations are. So each one of those categories needs to be broken out, and you can't just give it to a body and have them understand it all. It is so very complex, and the fact that we in the city have done so very well with a modicum of funds and the careful guidance and allocations, if you've watched it, to me, it's an incredible thing. So I just hope the legislature will get on to meeting every year and address these issues, and hopefully, as the legislator who created this and asked for this committee to be convened, that they now take charge of it and give us the money we need. Because we can do this every day, every year, ask for more, and we don't have the money. And the state doesn't have the money. So I thank you, and I'm sorry to rant on this, but I live with it every single day of my life and have through 10 years now. And I just know the work that we do every single day. We are addressing the issue. We're scraping to find the money. And let's hope the county and the state all get involved with it and just don't have committee meetings, but let's see the action for our homeless population. Action like we're showing we do all the time. So pardon me, I don't mean to take on the bandwagon here, but I think it's fabulous what you've done, and I will turn it over to, I see a light on down there with Councilman Greer.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One, thank you, Scott and team, for participating in AB 73. I know that is very grueling to come together, but I do believe that the best approach to approach the legislature is through a unified approach. And the city has, I think, carried yeoman's task of addressing our homeless population, and we'll continue to do that. But I do believe that we need support from other jurisdictions, obviously, and from the state, and also from the federal level. You know, I've printed this report, and I plan to go through it because it really affects the downtown corridor a lot. And I was wondering within it, did they talk about inclusionary zoning at all? Did they ever come up, Kathy or anybody, about establishing a program?
Kathy Thomas, Director of Office of Community Services. To you, Councilman Creer, through the mayor. There has been some conversation. It did not make it into the report as part of the incentives or encouragement to the community to build more affordable housing or more affordable housing available, but it is a continuing conversation within the community. It did not come out as a recommendation in the report, though.
Okay. And, you know, I was looking at, just before this conversation came up about LA County, you know, they passed that Proposition HHH, which raised a 0.5% sales tax in LA County. And their goal is to build they're going to invest $1.2 billion over a 10-year period by 2026 to create 10,000 affordable housing units. And as of today, they've about $980 million and $90 million they've contributed. They've got like 111 projects that are on board, and they're slated in the next year or two to bring on 7,700 units, which I think will help. But keep in mind that their homeless population grew last year. So one of the points you can make is that if you don't, and I've said this a couple years ago, we're at DEFCON 10 on this. And so the longer we wait to make a commitment towards gathering resources that are directly going to go towards homeless population, mitigating it in all of its services, right? And housing services, mental health, substance abuse, the gamut, will continue to be behind the 8 ball. And California is a prime example of that. And there's been this large mad dash to deal with it, and they're putting a tremendous amount of money into it. And you ask yourself, are they going to be able to make a dent? Because it continues to grow so rapidly at such a rapid clip. Will they ever be able to catch up? We're in a position where I think we can get ahead of it if we make a commitment to it. And I think the state and the federal level, the county, and we are going to have to make that commitment. Thank you.
And I know, speaking both for Ms. Thomas and others, but certainly Councilman Creer, you visited Skid Row in LA, which is, again, bigger, as you have alluded to. And it is an experience that one does not forget. Yeah. The forgotten population, it's tragic. And so, any comments? Yes, Councilman Knudsen.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just had a quick question on the implementation of the working group. I know the report is due on October 1st. Is there discussion amongst the group members about how they're going to mobilize the information sharing with the legislature, or what the plan will look like as far as taking the report and putting it into action?
No, it hasn't. Kathy Thomas, for the record. No, the conversation that has happened to date was to get to all of the local elected boards to get this ratified and on the legislator's desk. The sort of planning of how we will together work to effectuate this has not taken place yet, and I don't think any city has designated their specific team other than their existing governmental affairs folks for moving forward. We have not had a conversation about joint BDRs at this point.
Yeah, I just as a quick follow-up, I would like to make that request that maybe we initiate that conversation saying, now we have a giant report, what are we going to do with it? And absent immediate feedback from the legislature, it'd be nice to start developing action plans.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Councilman Knudsen. So I will touch base with both Scott, Jorge, and Lisa Morris-Hibler as well, and get back to you on a timetable. We will tee it up and try to present a timetable to our peers, and we will report back to you all.
So, thanking you both, but looking at you and Dr. Hibbler, there must have been an order that came out today because it reached Luann too to wear pink. You are 2020s, but it is power. You are power, and what you do in our city and have been doing to care for this group of people and do it with action and say, we're going to do it and we're going to do it now and today. We couldn't be prouder. You are people that really are phenomenal, and under your leadership, Scott, it's really been remarkable because it's so frustrating. And meetings don't make it happen. Action makes it happen, and we got to find money. And so I'm going to turn to Councilman Creer, who is going to open up a printing machine for money in his ward for jobs as well. And, and I see your memo reached Councilwoman Seaman down here. Same color. No, this end is wrong. So, okay, what I'd like to do then is entertain a motion, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, to accept the report. And thank you, thank you, thank you.
So moved.
Thank you. So there's a motion to accept this report for AB 73. And did you want to?
Madam Mayor, I think if I could ask you to amend the motion, you need to approve the report. You made
Whatever
the
you
motion to
say, I will
accept.
do. Accept the report.
And approve the report.
Accept and approve.
Yeah.
So I think we just approved, but we'll
Okay.
accept.
Accept and approve.
Thank you. We have to be please vote and please post. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to 67, and I'm going to ask the city clerk, listen to me, to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements, please.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will now turn on to 68. Our second citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion, any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed will be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? And please set the time at, we'll give everybody, hold on, please. What time is it? 2 minutes. Who is first?
Daniel Braisted, resident of the City of Las Vegas. I passed out some information. One is, okay, let's see. Let me just reference the homeless report that was just mentioned. I was at the county meeting yesterday, and they had their report. And the big comment that I made on theirs is they're talking about making sure you work with the local groups that are donating time. And as I mentioned, these local groups, what they're looking for is assistance in grant writing. And I don't understand why government can't have a boilerplate that a local group that's not sophisticated can get grant money. Number two, they need storage. They are paying $25,000 for storage for some of the stuff they collect, so they need some help. The other thing that we need to look at and focus on is about deadbeat dads. You know, we've got these deadbeat dads. I was at the Al Sharpman talk when he had a panel at the Cashman Field, and a big football player who was on the panel voluntarily stood up and said he had 16 children. In other words, these deadbeat dads are coming to events and life is beautiful and all these other things, and somewhere along the line now with credit card tracking and bank tracking, we need to shut these people down that have money but aren't paying child support. They just shut them down. Just say, okay, you can only spend $50 unless you get permission, because all these guys, they've got the money. So we need to work on that. These three individual things here, one of them was the county is talking about a celebration also for October 1st, but the problem is we have senseless killings going on all the time, and yes, it was unfortunate that a bunch of people got shot by a coward, but there's other people getting killed by cowards, and there's no recognition for them. I like the name of Healing Garden. That should be considered, but we should expand it to include the people that are killed by DUI.
Thank you, and appreciate your list, and that's a great way for us to have something to take with us to read. Yes, sir, your name, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Clarence Edward Thomas, and I've been
And
home.
could I trouble you to take your hat off?
Yes,
Would you mind? Thank you very much.
Yes, my name.
Thank you.
My name is Clarence Edward Thomas, and I wanted to address the council. But I've been homeless for like 3 years, and I've been sleeping on the ground for 3 years. I don't know what they talking about because ain't nobody helped nothing about homeless. All these programs that supposed to be investing in money and everything. When I go there, there's 15 Clarence Thomases there. You know, identity theft, Bank of America. I've been sleeping on the ground and everything, and they just taking my money like it's all right. They done took both of my checks, and like I've been gambling or something like that, and they've been taking my money, just taking my money, and then they got a heroin addict over my money. And the heroin addict told me, the bank called me and said, you know, and they get this heroin addict $1,000, overdraft my account, and won't give me 20. I'm like, what book you been reading? I mean, you know, and then it's bigger than me, and then everywhere I go, there's somebody hindering my step. You see what I'm saying? I'm homeless by force, not by choice. And then I don't want to go off because I feed that oil too hard. So I've been trying to be humble, but I'm kind of pissed. Then I got a house that another man living under my name. Somebody, he knows a judge, and he gonna see the judge, and then I go to jail, and these people at the county sexual office know me. Y'all know me. And they give me the deeds to this house, and I go out there and go straight to jail, you know, for 60 days. And then I go back out there, address it again, and then I go back out there, you know what I'm saying? Then I get another ticket for trespassing.
Wow.
What book have they been reading?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then everybody following me everywhere, hindering my step. I ain't never lost gambling. They're all you know. You feel me? I wanted to stop, and it needs to stop because I can't take it no more, and I'm not going to take it. Please.
I'm going to
I
ask
beg of
you, I'm going to ask Dr. Hibbler here if you would give her your name and information, Dr. Hibbler in the pink. We're going to try and get you settled, so please, if you would.
Tell that man to get up out that house, you know what I'm saying, and stop playing with all that unnecessary hatred. That's been the biggest hate crime ever been committed in the United States of America.
We need your help to help you, so please, if you would, right there. Thank you very much, appreciate it. And yes, ma'am, could I trouble you to take your hat off? Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Sue Ann Cornwell, and last time I was here, we were here, Eddie and I were here to bring up some concerns about the Healing Garden and what was going on.
And you see what happened.
And today, I am here to just say thank you all very much for acting on that and getting us in contact with the people that we needed contact with. The city is working awesome with us, and now we have what we need to fix water leaks and do things that we would just see them and we couldn't do anything about it and we couldn't get any help. But now we make a phone call or we text somebody and within 2-3 days they're on it. And thank you, Councilman Diaz, for meeting with us the other day and letting us explain to you exactly what the Healing Garden means, because I don't think a lot of people get it. I'm a survivor of the shooting, and one of our angels passed away in my truck on the way to the hospital that night. So I'm emotionally attached to it. It's my church without walls. And I just mainly wanted to come here and say thank you from the bottom of my heart for getting us in contact with the people that we needed and getting
It
them
was
to.
because you spoke out, and the moment you left, I texted Jorge Cervantes, who took charge of it and moved it right along. So
Well, I thank you.
You're bringing, it's all about communication and letting us
Right.
know.
It-
And we
I
thank you for
very
everything
much.
you both have been doing. It really has made a tremendous
All right,
difference.
thank you.
He's on top of it, let me tell you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you both.
Good afternoon, Council and Madam Mayor. Again, it brings a tear to my eye when
Your name, sir,
my name is
first.
Eddie Schmitz, resident of Las Vegas, Nevada. brings a tear to my eye every time I think of what happened October 1st. But I have a special passion for you and your vision. Within 5 days, you had that garden, you had that piece of property aligned. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The county never did anything.
It's our community and our city and the volunteers you heard today.
God bless
Everybody
you.
that loves our community and loves these people.
I'd also like to thank Councilwoman Diaz. She's been remarkable. You don't know how fast that worked. When you made that text, I left here and drove to the garden. There are already 2 city people there.
Right here.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Cervantes.
That's how fast
right?
that worked.
That's how fast he works.
God bless you. And it has been nonstop communication. We've got so many wonderful things happening there now. Your marshals are doing a great job. Parks and Recs are doing a great job. Public Works, facilities. It's just been a whole new ballgame for us. And I'd also like to pat Mauricia on the back. She's pretty humble, but when she says she stages an event for volunteers, they don't just stage an event and, hey, come here. No, they bring out buckets, they bring out gloves, they bring out water, they bring out shovels. Whatever is needed for that project,
Right.
it's there.
No, she's great.
They're amazing. They are simply amazing. She's been instrumental in getting a lot of these projects done as well. And I just want to say thank you so much to all of you. God bless you. Thank you. And may God shine his light on
And
you
thank
forever.
you for how you help and let us know. Life can be good.
Thank you.
Really good with the proper people here.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. Thank
Thanks so much.
Hi,
Hi
my name is
there.
Tashika Lawson. I had a couple of things. One was I attended a planning meeting yesterday for the historic West Side, and I know that they have a lot of, they want to adapt a form-based code over there, but I think that there should be more outreach to the actual stakeholders that are in that neighborhood. I had several that actually owned in the historic West Side that didn't even hear about the meeting until I told them. That is
Thank you for
important.
communicating.
It's with the city to be able to communicate. Also, the city owns like 25 parcels inside of the historic West Side, yet we're trying to demolish the actual historical landmarks that are there. So I think if we're trying to build houses, we could possibly try building on the city's land first, if the city wants to pull down some historic buildings. I did want to address something that happened at the last council meeting, and that was when Fiore was talking over...
Councilwoman, please be respectful. Councilwoman Fiore.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Fiore was being very disrespectful to Councilman Creer, talking over him. I thought that was very unprofessional, and I also was very disappointed that as mayor and mayor pro tem, that neither one of you guys interceded to, quell that and actually, help move on and maintain the decorum of the actual council. I'd say that those are going to be the huge issues for right now. And then just making sure for Councilwoman Steven, there is a public right-of-way on Homestretch between, Sandstone Bluffs and Hualapai that has been blocked by Faith Lutheran, and that has happened through, in the middle of the pandemic. They've actually just put a gate over an actual street that's been up for the last 5-10 years.
Okay. And you might find out by calling her office. I think that is an easement that was granted to Faith Lutheran several years back, probably it's just enacted. So you might want to call her, and certainly for your concepts about the historic West Side and city properties, please continue to speak with the office, with Councilman Creer's office. Thank you. Anyone else? I'll close this portion after I ask our clerk, was there anything online? No. Okay, so we will move on to agenda item 69, which is council member participation, and, okay. Comments made by individual council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless the subjects on the agenda is scheduled for action. So this time we will start at the insides and work out. So we'll start with Councilwoman Fiore, and then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem, and we'll leave us 4 people, please.
Thank
Okay.
you, Madam Mayor. So before we begin the slides, I just want to talk about family. And it's so, so important. So my mom, right now, Madam Mayor, is in ICU. She's doing well. She's doing well. But she had a really rough night last night. And family is so, so important. But I know she's there watching us because she loves.
Hi, Mom.
Yeah, she loves our city council. So I just want to say to everyone to always take care of your mom and dad. And I always remind my kids that they're going to have to take care of me one day. So always be kind to your kids too, because they're going to be taking care of you one day too. So I just want to say, Mom, I love you, and you're doing well. And I've been a little distracted today talking to all the doctors and stuff, but we're here, and as you're watching us, we're watching over you too, Mom. So now we will go into the slides. And we have one of my favorite movies, Hocus Pocus, coming out on Friday, October 2nd at 6:30 over at our Centennial Hills Park. And of course, we are following all of our governor's guidelines, and our movies are always fun, and we'll have popcorn and water for everyone. I want to talk about a couple of our missing juveniles, and it's so important to make sure we find them. Sydney Nielsen, she's only 16 years old. She is a female, 5'9", 140 pounds, blue eyes, blonde hair with kind of a green tint, and she was last seen in the area of Las Vegas. We don't know what she was wearing, but please, if you have any information on Sydney, please call Las Vegas Metro Police at 702-828-3111. Then we have another 16-year-old beautiful female, Nani Escamilla. She's 5'4", she's only 120 pounds. She's got brown eyes and black hair. She's Hispanic. She was last seen in the area of South Los Pinos Street and East Hamilton Avenue. And she was last seen wearing gray joggers and a white top and red slides. So please call the Las Vegas Metro Police at 702-828-3111. And then we have our homeless success story. We have Bobby Sexton, 69-year-old female. She had experienced several years of food scarcity and difficulty with making ends meet. Recently, she was regulated to homelessness due to an abusive living situation where her belongings were thrown away after a family member's boyfriend caught her oxygen machine on fire, which resulted in Bobby receiving facial burns. She was placed at the city's Recuperative Care Center, RCC, to recover medically. During her stay there, the case manager team was able to secure her a temporary apartment. The patient transitioned from RCC to the apartment in September and will be self-supporting with rent and other bills. So this is the kind of things that our Corridor of Hope does for everyone in need, and I just want to say thank you to all of our folks that work there and do that for everyone.
Godspeed to your mom. Mayor Pro Tem, you're lucking in. I think this is the first time we've gone inside out. You get to go next.
I don't have anything.
Oh, did I know that or not? So back to you, Councilman Knutson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. There's some important things happening in Ward 1. As a reminder, Ward 1 has an upcoming socially distanced park cleanup at Bob Baskin Park on September 9th. We will start bright and early at 7 a.m. and close out the activities at 8. This is our third park cleanup of the year, and we'll have equipment, refreshments, and more. Anyone who is interested in attending can email us at ward1@lasvegasnevada.gov. On slide number 2, as the new school year begins, we want to make sure our children and families in the ward are connected to resources that best help them. Some examples of resources include housing assistance, healthcare, and food assistance for our children. Recently, my team and I had the opportunity to work with the AmeriCorps and the city's YDSI team to canvass some neighborhoods and small businesses in Ward 1 and pass out some information on the Community Navigator program. Children and families who need help accessing resources can contact 702-229-5277 to find a community navigator near you. And slide number 3, the 2020 census reminder. Please don't forget to fill out your 2020 census. Let's get our fair share of federal dollars to the city of Las Vegas. And recently, residents might be aware that 2020 census canvassing neighborhoods or homes with no responses. Let's all make sure that ourselves and our family members are counted and go to my2020census.gov to get counted today. And my team and I are always here to help. You can contact us via phone or email at the information provided on the slide. Mayor, that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Greer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Doolittle Senior Center Garden Cleanup. Get Outdoors Nevada is hosting a cleanup at the Doolittle Senior Center Garden on September 19th, Saturday, from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. in preparation of the fall planting season. Safety protocols will be in place and face coverings are required. They will also provide the necessary tools and supplies. If you would like to volunteer, please send an email to volunteer@getoutdoornevada.org. The Historic Westside Legacy Park. The City of Las Vegas and Clark County are looking for nominations for individuals to be recognized in the Historic Westside Legacy Park. Nominations must exhibit that the individual has made a significant contribution to the historic Westside community through the activism, philanthropy, outreach, education, public impact, partnership, business development, artistic and our cultural merit, and other efforts in a long-term and demonstrable way. The park will feature artist-designed recognition plaques that reflect its past, present, and future, as well as public artworks and special artifacts, and will be located in the heart of the area known as Enterprise Park, on the southwest corner of Lake Mead, Martin Luther King Boulevard. The deadline to submit an application is this Sunday, September the 20th. You can visit cityoflasvegas.link/legacypark to retrieve a nomination form. You can always go to the Ward 5 website as well. The Urban Chamber of Commerce, in coordination with the Nevada COVID-19 Response, Relief, and Recovery Task Force, and the United Way of Southern Nevada, is making free face coverings and social distance guideline posters available to small, diverse businesses with up to 25 employees. For more information, visit business.urbanchamber.org. The Doolittle Community Center has reopened, which is great to hear. All programs will be following CDC and state LEAP health and safety guidelines. Also, health screenings to include temperature checks will be conducted upon entering the facility, and face coverings are mandatory at all times except when participating in high-intensity physical activity. Staff will be sanitizing the facility after each class and throughout the day. Physical distancing will be maintained as well, and group fitness class participation will be limited to allow for 6 feet of spacing between participants. You may sign up in advance to save your spot. Visit registration.lasvegasnevada.gov to view the full schedule. The Nevada Co-op Extension is partnering with the AD Guy Knowledge Center to provide a space for connectivity program for students. Free Wi-Fi service is available to elementary through high school students who have Chromebooks. Registration is required. For more information, contact the AD Guy Center at 702-998-0223, or you can always send an email to adguy@unr.edu. Our annual Ward 5 Community Forum will take place on Thursday, October 22nd from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. here in the City Council chambers. I'll host this event along with city staff to update residents on top Ward 5 strategic priorities and more. Topics include the 100 Plan redevelopment, Ward 5 Works, workforce development, homeless efforts, economic development, public safety, road projects, and more. There is limited seating in the council chambers, and participants may participate virtually. A link will be provided at a later date. And we're so happy to announce that the Helen Tolan, who is a longtime resident of Las Vegas, and actually my neighbor, is 93 years old, and the Clark County School Board voted to rename Kit Carson Elementary School after her. She was the first black woman principal in the Clark County School District, and she was a principal in the 1960s and was very well and is very well respected. She is a great honor for Mrs. Tolan and her family, and I look forward to attending the opening to congratulate her as the school is located right in the historic West Side. I'd like to also take time to recognize Mexican Independence Day. This is the start of it, so Feliz Dia Independencia de Mexico. Independencia. Sure, I can't believe I can't get that right. My Spanish is better than that. But happy Independence Day, and then don't forget, if you'd like to stay in touch with us, you can always call us 229-5443 or send an email to tjackson@lasvegasnevada.gov. Follow us on social, Cedric Creer on Twitter, Councilman Creer, and Councilman Creer, Facebook and Instagram. Thank you. Woo, that was long.
Thank you. Councilwoman Diaz. And I want to remind everybody, because she is our Latina councilwoman, that Hispanic Heritage Month started yesterday and goes through October 15th. So it's a great time for celebration, especially with the extra comments from Councilman Creer. So
It is,
please,
Madam
your
Clerk.
turn.
Thank you. It is a great time. Always look forward to September, not just because it's my birthday month, but there's other goodies to be celebrated as well. And I'm going to start off by also putting in a plug for the community navigators in our community. I know that our department, YDSI, has been working very hard to ensure that we leave no resident behind in terms of CCSD and the distance learning, making sure kids are connected with Wi-Fi and Chromebooks, the technology that makes it happen for our kids, housing assistance, healthcare, early childhood education. We have seen a decrease across CCSD for kids enrolling for kindergarten and pre-K programs, and that's concerning because we know that a Head Start is a great start for kiddos. So hopefully they're just confused and we can connect them to some awesome programs that are still happening regardless of COVID-19 times. There's food assistance and workforce and employment, also connections that can be made by these awesome navigators. So if you need more information about any of these areas, please call 702-229-5277, and they will be more than happy to connect you. And the mayor beat me to it. I wanted to wish everyone a happy Hispanic Heritage Month. It did kick off yesterday and it goes through October 15th. And this is truly a time to recognize how diverse we are of a community here in Las Vegas. We have so many Latin American, Central American, and Mexican folks that live in our community, and we feel so proud that we do have this heritage, that we do have this amazing food and language and culture that we keep near and dear to our heart, and we hope that everybody can also just value the contributions we make day in and day out to make our community better. Today I also wanted to officially welcome the new Honorary Consul of Mexico. They go through assignments and we no longer have the Honorary Consul Alejandro Madrigal. Now we have the Honorary Consul Julian Escutia. So Viva Mexico, Feliz Dia de la Independencia, and we welcome you, Honorary Consul Julian Escutia, to come and replace the prior consul so that we can get to work together for the benefit of our community. There's so many services that the consulate office offers, and I'm happy that they're also housed at Award 3. So looking forward to an amazing partnership with him. Also, like Councilman Knudsen, just kind of beating this drum for the last couple of weeks, census is coming down to a close and to the end, and we do need everyone counted. We lose $20,000 or more in the next decade for every person that goes undercounted. This is crucial in times of COVID, where we will need as many resources as possible to help everyone in our community. So if you ask your colleagues, ask your friends, ask your family members, have you completed the 2020 census? It's quick and easy. Go to 2020census.gov and it takes 10 minutes of your time, no more than that. And your information is safe and confidential. No one can really know who you are until 72 years down the road. I don't know if I'll be still around, so I don't worry about that piece. And I wanted to share that the Discovery Children's Museum has study hall hours and dates that they still have availability for the community to be serviced. It's the help and the assistance is happening August 31st through December 19th. And a lot of times, parents don't have the wherewithal or the ability to provide the support to their little ones in terms of tutoring and assistance to learn the curriculum. But they are there, they stand ready, Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4, and it's first grade through fifth. So please give them a call. This might be a great opportunity to marry their skill set and support for your sanity. Their number is 702-382-3445. I know how challenging it is to be a working parent, and every little extra help we can get our kids is amazing. So 702-382-3445. Take advantage of this awesome opportunity. And last but not least, tomorrow is my birthday, but today is my sister's birthday. And so there's my sister. Before I came into the picture, my mom is actually pregnant with me. She's 4 years and a day older than I. So that was the very last birthday she had before I arrived. And then you can see me on the other in the other picture. That's me, 4 years younger than her. But love you, sis, and I hope you're having an amazing day. I know you had to work today, but you get to get off of work and come and celebrate with your girls. So I wish you nothing but the best and much health to you this year.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman Seaman, not last, I'm going to be last.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you all know, we are back to our business Saturdays, small business Saturdays. So don't miss out. If you want to get the word out about your business, all you have to do is contact us at 702-229-2420 or Ward 2 at lasvegasnevada.gov, and we are happy to come out or have you come to our office and film a short video about your business that we will promote on social media. You have to be in Ward 2, that's the only thing. We are starting our Movies in the Park on Friday, October 9th from 6:30 to 9:30 at Bruce Trent Park, and we will be featuring Maleficent. So please come and enjoy some popcorn and water. And we are still looking for homes for these adorable pets. We have Riley, who's a male neutered, about 6 years old, weighs 17 pounds, and he's looking for a home. And then we have Bridget. She's a female cat, approximately 3 years old, about 7 pounds. And then we have adorable Grayson, who's a male neutered 2-year-old, about 61 pounds. And then we have little Tulip, a female spayed year-old cat, about 6 pounds. If you are interested in these pets or any other pets, contact the adoption department at 702-955-5901, or you can email them at adoptions@animalfoundation.com. If you have any issues or concerns, please contact my office. The main line is 702-229-2420 or Ward 2 at lasvegasnevada.gov. I have an amazing team that will get to any issue that you have or answer any questions that you have. And please follow up with me on social media to know what's happening in Ward 2 at Victoria D. Seaman on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And from my perspective, beyond what I've already commented upon, the consul tomorrow, Julian Escucha Rodriguez, is coming to our office, will be in the building. So we're totally on top of everything that's going on in all the wards. I have been contacted by our Lieutenant Governor, Kate Marshall, who's fabulous, and from our U.S. senators, both Senator Cortez Masto and Senator Rosen, to remember what everybody has been saying, that please get out and complete that 2020 census. It's so critical. You cannot believe the money that we don't get because people fail to fill out the census. We're walking away from thousands and thousands of dollars, and it will determine, the census reports determine our federal funding for our schools, our roads, hospitals, and so much more. So make it a point, please. You have until Let's see, the 30th of September, as our council persons have commented to you. But everybody in the state and our federal representatives and all of our elected officials, we're all together on this. Fill out your census, and you can do it online, or you can call 844-330-2020. 844-330-2020. And it really is critical. We are strapped for funding in every single part of the state. So please take it upon yourself to do it. It really matters. And our next city council meeting will be on October 7th at 9 o'clock, of course. And I want to thank our council, who's so responsive to everybody in their wards and overall to the city. I want to thank our clerk staff, our PIO staff, our IT staff, our marshals and fire, and absolutely our administrative staff for how you keep us all running so very, very well and smoothly. Stay safe, wear your mask, keep distance, but let's get the show on the road. Enough is enough. We want to be open and back to life, not as a new normal. We like the old normal. This meeting's adjourned.